Happy Tuesday. Tuesdays are good days. I like Tuesdays. I don't like what's going on in the spider fight back here. You can't really see. But I do have Archer. I do have Archer over there. She might have enough to carry this by herself. She's weak affinity, unfortunately, so maybe not. So I need Rathalos to keep doing work. As long as she's the spiderling target and she can keep herself alive with no help, then we're fine. She might be able to do it. She's quick. She's got Relentless. We got some turn meter control from Mordecai. There is the heal. So now we got 2 turns to finish it off. Let's see what happens. Looking good so far. There is a smite out. That could help. More turn meter control. We've got some stuns out there. Some provoke. The Hex is what heals her. She needs that Hex out. I think we're going to get it fine. There we go. It's over. All right. 6-star banner. HP, no speed. It's okay. It's in the wrong faction for me anyway. I don't have anybody in that faction. I got to do my little green modification here. Let me see. I'm going to jump around on you. Just so I can see the chat. Hello, chat. There you are. A little bit more. There we go. Uh-oh. Sorry about that. That was a surprise. That was a surprise. Hey, Alex. Here I am. Pavel, good to see you. Ruba. Janos. Verso. Yeah, I'm not actually pushing. I was farming 22. I've pushed to 25. And I can actually farm 25-ish because, you know, I was doing 22. Obviously, 25 is the same affinity. But it's tricky. It's not like 100%. Even 22 is not 100%. Even 20 is not 100%. It's really weird. There's too much RNG in my team. So there is no place between 20 and 25 that I have 100% clear, but I can reliably clear all of the stages, I would say at least at 75%. You know, like that's about the worst of it is about 75%. So I was farming stage 25 2 days ago, I think, or when the thing started, and I failed back-to-back stages, and I was like, all right, that's enough. Like, I don't want to risk it. Like, I think it's about 75%, but, you know, when you lose 2 in a row, you're just like, because it was 40 energy each. You know, I was doing the super raids. I was like, I just threw away 80 energy, so I just backed off of that, and I went back down to stage 20, and I did, like, 5 runs there, and then, like, my 6th run failed, and I was like, So I went back up to 22. I'm like, is that the better? Because if you look at my team, I have all 3 affinities, right? Now, Archer is important because she's sustain and crowd control. She really reduces the amount of damage that the spiderlings do. Rathalos and Mordecai need to stay alive for damage. And I have Athel here to clean up the mess. Now, what I've done, I've also done this. And this is actually a little bit easier in terms of affinity. So maybe I'll go back to this. Now, this would be best into force affinity, sort of. You would think, like, because then I'd have 3 strong affinity. The problem is then that Mordecai or Rathalos become the stun target, and then you need to rely on the revive, right? So the other option would be to take this one into magic affinity. Let all of the spirit affinities be the weak affinity, and hopefully with 2 sustained champions, actually 3, right, with Deacon's Leech out there, we could just survive, and then if anybody died, you bring them back. But unfortunately, I think what happens when I do this, I think Melga becomes the target and actually dies first, and then she can't revive anybody. Then Deacon goes down, and then you end up with Archer, solo sustaining, being the target like she was anyway. Now, it's possible that maybe Melga doesn't die, you know, so it depends on the stage. So if we take this into... Let's take this into 25. Let's see how it does in 25. We'll take it off super rates. We'll just do it one time. So, you know, this is the weird thing about Spider. Sometimes being weak affinity is an advantage, right? Like if I could actually swap this out and do something more like, I don't know, like this, right? This would be perfect because it would be like, okay, now we know who the target is going to be most of the time. Like if it ended up being Arbiter, we'd be screwed, right? Like, not Arbiter, Apothecary. Why do I always call him Arbiter for some reason? If Apothecary becomes the target, then we're screwed. Because Apothecary is not only getting me more turns, but giving those heals to Archer, who at stage 25 cannot sustain herself. She takes too much damage here at this stage to actually just solo tank without some kind of assistance. But I'm not sure she would be the target because she's super tanky and Apothecary is relatively wimpy. So, Forward, would it be a good idea to run Armands at 50 for wave clearing while 1 6-star Pytheon, or is Armands while you 6-star Pytheon, or is Armands a better choice at 6-star? That's a good question. I would say Armands is fine at 5 if you have the accuracy. If you need the accuracy banner to get the speed and the accuracy that you need, then you can't run him at 50, right? I also don't know if he gets his full speed at 50. So some champions don't get their full speed at 50, and you have to get them to 6 stars and level them up in order to get their full speed. So you can check that. So like if we just look at Armands here in the where is he? He's right there. So his base speed is 108, but I don't know if you get the 108 at 50 or not. Some champions you do, some champions you don't. So let's say he's running at 98 at 50, and then you also don't have the banner. It's like, do you have the accuracy? Do you have the speed? You know, if you can get those things, then yeah, you could run them at 50 and level up Pytheon. That would be fine. It depends what kind of content you're also trying to do with them, because chances are you want him available all the way up through Doom Tower floor 119 of hard mode. Maybe even floor 120. You might want him against like Dark Fae, but you probably don't want him against some of the other, you know, you don't want him against, well, maybe you could actually run him against all 3 final bosses, I think. You could run him against all 3 final bosses. I'm not saying you would, because I think he's too squishy for that, but whatever. So yeah, you could make that call. You could make that play if you wanted to. Pytheon's worth a 6-star, absolutely. You know, and you might get more value out of a Pytheon 6-star first, right? The flip side is you could also run Pytheon at 5 stars. You could make him pretty tanky at 5 stars. But having your Reviver at 6 stars is a huge advantage in hard content. So, hey, Dinky. Hey, Freaky Gamer. Freaky's been helping me out with referrals. That's always huge. Got your Armands. Awesome. Manny Reyes, I'm trying to get to Sand Devil 25, but I'm stuck at 24 with the Godseeker Ninja team. What speed do I need for it? I don't know. That's not a one-step question, because it depends if you're running slow or fast. It depends if you're keeping Ninja alive or dead. It depends if Godseeker has all her cooldowns or not. So yeah, I don't know how to answer that other than to say that you could try manualing, and you should probably manual. You should probably manual that fight to get to stage 25 if you're struggling. So let's look over at Sand Devils for a second. So 24 is Spirit Affinity. So what may be happening if you're using the strategy where Ninja is supposed to die, because he's strong affinity into Spirit, he may not be dying fast enough, and he stays alive 1 extra turn, and then he dies, and that ruins the passive. That ruins Godseeker's passive. That may be what's happening. I don't know. So what you might want to do is bring in a different DPS just for this stage. Like, even though he's strong affinity and you're like, oh, that should be an advantage, it might be a disadvantage if you're trying to have him die. So bring in a neutral affinity champion, or even a weak affinity champion, and and see if that works. Or, you know, like what I did is I manualed with Selenia. So Selenia can get the job done here, although the stat requirements are hefty. So consider that. Hey, Shaggy, good to see you. Verso, Dino, Christoph, Adrian, Neo. Hey, Neo, good to see you. We got a bunch of people. Sauce, we got a bunch of people back in the house. All right. Hey, Tulsi, Lou Mac. Shaggy Flop. Hey, Colred, if I only had 2 out of 4 epics for Armands, am I still able to get the other 2 needed in time? It depends how many fragments you currently have. So my guess is no, but I'm not 100% sure. I can actually take a look at the schedule. So let's take a quick look at the schedule. My guess would be no. The only way you could do it is to pull one from a shard, and that's like a, you know, it's a 1 in 300 chance or something. Oh no, I'm sorry, it would be less than that. It's like a 1 in 80 chance or 1 in 100 chance because you need a void epic. And actually, you would have to hit an epic from the shard, so it's even lower. It's really low. Let me see if I can find this. Okay. So here's the schedule. We are on the 19th today. So if you don't have the Spider Tournament fragments yet, that's 25. The Path of the Clover is 50, so you could get 50 there from pulling shards. You have to pull shards or soul stones. So that would be 75. And then the Dungeon Divers event would give you 100. So if you have less than 100 fragments right now, then you're out, unfortunately. Because the best you could do at this point is pull 100 fragments. You know, now if you want to YOLO a void shard or 2, if you have, you know, a couple of void shards left, or you pick one up in the next day, you could try it. You could try it and hope, but like I said, it's a huge long shot. You'd be hitting the lottery, unfortunately. Yeah, you need 4 copies of the epic, and you can only get 1 more. So you'd be coming up 1 copy short. Ian Godwin, smash that like button. Hey, Massey, good to see you. Tributator's like, looking forward to definitely for realsies this time getting this takeover. Yeah. Congrats, Manny. Yeah, Shaggy. It's 100 fragments per epic. Yeah. I am not going for him on this account. Let's see. I will have 1 to summon. I'm just going to hold it for a champion chase or something, or a CVC, because I don't actually think I'm going to use the champion. Although I might pull him for faction crypts this week, so it depends. Let's see. When is the undead faction crypt? Undead it's not opening for a week, so I've got a week, which means today is Tuesday. Potentially, I could pull him in the next CVC, and that would get me some points there. Yeah, on my main account, I'm doing the Armand's Fusion. I think, what are the events ending today? Dungeon Divers, I'm not there yet, so I need to do that. I'll just keep running Spider, I think. I already have the Spider done, though. And I'm not going for the Sand Devil Turn Attack, although I wish I could. I really wish I could, but I'm basically out of refills. I'm out of energy refills, and I'd just be digging into gems, and my gems are precarious right now on my main account, so I need to save my gems. I'm just going to eke out getting the guaranteed champion. I mean, it's going to be so close. Like, I might get it by like 300 or 400 points. Like, I've done all the calculations, and I'm like, if I pull every mystery shard, it's like, so if I get every shard that I get from Clan Boss for the next 20, you know, for tomorrow, basically, I guess it could be the next day too, right? How much time do we have before this whole thing ends? After the Clover, 2 days, 14 hours. Yeah, so I've got 2 sets of Clan Boss rewards. So if I can get 1 more Sacred, if I could get like 2 more Voids, then it's like, okay, now it's not a problem. Because I've got just enough souls to like get me over the top, I think, and I'm getting souls every day. Soul stones every day, so it's really close. I want to hear this. We've got a little delay here. Civic is like, just don't run out of time for your Hydra keys. Yeah, I was looking at them last night. I almost did them last night, and I was like, I have to go to bed. I had to get up super early this morning. We installed our car seats for the baby, and so you can go to around here at least, you can go to your local police station, and they'll do like a safety check on your car seats. And they give you a little instructional on how to use it, how to make adjustments and stuff like that. So that was actually really helpful. It's a very nice service that the police offer. So we did that this morning, but we had to do it like before office hours because my wife had to go with me and she had to go to work. Obviously she works a regular 9 to 5 kind of schedule. So we had to get over there, have the inspection. She still had to commute to her job. So I got up super early this morning. So if I sound tired, that's why. You got your Feral. That's awesome, Ruba. A 0.00154% chance of pulling the Fusion Epic. Did you do the calculation, or is that just you kind of throwing out a number there? It's possible, right? Because it's like you've got a 6% or 8% chance of pulling an epic, a void epic, from a void shard. And then however many void shards there are, or how many ever void epics there are. I don't know how many there are at this point. It might be like 80, maybe 70, maybe 90. I don't know. I don't think it's 100 yet. I don't think we've hit 100 void epics. Yeah, we've got maternity leave, but we haven't had the baby yet, Tulsi. We did this in advance. We're getting prepared. Oh, I'm sorry, Twello. That sounds rough. Yeah. Are there only 52 void epics? I thought there were more than that. You sure? He's the 52nd void epic? No, we've been over 50 for a while. I think we've been over 50 for a while. Let me double check that. Maybe not. I mean, sometimes, you think you know these things and then you check it and you're like, nah, I didn't know that at all. Okay, so if we look at hellhades.com, there's less than a page. This can't be right, though. I don't think this can be right. Sometimes they miss. $19. 35. $52 on this list. You're right about that. I thought there were more. He might be missing a few. Sometimes they miss a few. Usually, it's funny because they don't update every single patch. Like they update. I don't know how often they update, but sometimes a champion squeaks through and isn't listed properly. Like sometimes it's not listed properly under even the skills, and even after a while, like if you go to is it Yeah, go if you go to Hell Hades, I'll show you. And I'm not taking a shot at Hell Hades or the team or the website here. I'm just saying it's a big job and sometimes it doesn't always happen 100% all the way through. If you're looking for unkillable champions, where's Emic Trunkart? Champion's been in the game for plenty long enough for them to find Emic Trunkart and put him here in the unkillable teams, but it's like doesn't happen. So they're not probably missing 20 epics. You know what I mean? They're probably missing just a few epics, but hey, Uncle Dan, thank you again. Thank you again. Five additional memberships. Alex, by the way, welcome back to the Shadowkin. Member for 3 months. I'm just gonna let this play out. This is fun. Oh, and you're watching me watch me. That's weird. You see that better? All right.
Lumac became a member.
Why did the text-to-speech kick in there?
Sean became a member.
This is weird.
Daryl Tnakes became a member.
Daryl.
Midi-oon became a member. Annie Rudo 36 became a member.
All right. Uncle Dan, thanks so much. Oh. It's still going for some reason. Is that the last one? Okay. Sometimes the text-to-speech is very weird. But Uncle Dan, thanks so much for the 5 gifted subs. That is awesome. Welcome to Annie, Midi, Techniques, Sean, and Lumac. Great to see some of those names. Get some memberships on the channel. Enjoy the perks. And you should start spamming your emotes right now, your emojis. You should use them up. You know, you got them for a month. Enjoy them. Enjoy them while you got them. But that was awesome. That's the second time you've done that, I believe, Uncle Dan. So thank you. Booger, good to see you. John Hodgson in the house. All right. Darren, good to see you. Darren says, your calculations are based on each champ having an equal chance to be pulled. That's right. There are some void epics that can't be pulled from shards. The ones that are in Doom Tower, for instance, are not part of the pool. Yeah, no, she just counted 56 void epics, so they're missing 4 on the list of Hell Hades. Shaggy Flop, how do I become a member? There is a, you just go to let me show you. I can show you. This is something I should do more often. I don't really think about this very often. I think about our members, but I don't think about advertising our memberships is what I'm saying. Let me think about just a second. There we go. Okay, so if you come to my channel, right? And you can do this at any channel. This basically any channel that has memberships enabled, you can do this at. So you just click on this join button up here. You see there's a join button right below my description. You get this little pop-up. We've got 4 levels of membership. So Barbarians, Shadowkins, Bannerlords, and Sacred Order. And it's just like a monthly subscription, just like you would do, you know, pretty much anywhere. I think the $4.99 is sort of the standard one, and for a lot of places, that's the cheapest one. But we decided to give a cheaper one at $1.99, just for people who wanted to support the channel and be a member and get some perks, and for whom $4.99 feels like a bit much for a subscription. You get more perks, you know, the higher up you go. Although we are the free-to-play channel, we try to be egalitarian, I guess is the word. So we do very much appreciate, you know, people who step up to Bannerlord and Sacred Order, and you do get both our great appreciation and you get a special Discord rank. But basically, everybody gets all of the perks by the time they hit Shadowkin, other than those additional Discord ranks. So here at Barbarian, you get like these little loyalty badges. So those will be displayed next to your name. Your name goes green in the chat, so I can see, you know, the members easily, and you can all see yourselves. And then you get these little loyalty badges, and these ramp up over time. So this is 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, and then I think it's 6 months and more. You get these emojis. We can add to these emojis. We should be adding to these emojis. I apologize. We haven't had much time to add to the emojis. I have several emojis in my head, though, that I think some of you will enjoy. And then, yeah, and so that's what you get. And then you get priority reply to comments. So, like, if you comment in a video, I'm always going to make sure that I try to reply to the members' comments, usually within 24 hours. Sometimes it's a little bit longer, depending on how crazy my life is that week. Now, at the Shadow King, you step up, and then you get some additional things. You get the member shout-outs. I actually give the member shout-outs pretty much every time. I always give member shout-outs. But there is a members-only Discord area. There's a little bit of a chat going on there. Sometimes you get some sneak peeks into some stuff. You get a Discord rank. You get a monthly member live stream. You know what? We haven't done that. I forgot that was a perk. I apologize. We'll have to do that. I did at least one video. But this is the big one for me. This is the priority video suggestions. So every month the members get to vote on a video that I have to do. And so the next one has to be on Iron Twins, and that should be coming out hopefully this week, actually. And then we have one more because I'm actually a month behind. So we're going to try to get that out there as well. The next one. I think we've got the next vote going. So yeah, this month got chaotic because of the raid madness and how many hours we've been putting into that. Sun's been working overtime. I've been working overtime. It's just, that is a ton of work. Just yesterday, Sun did 7 hours of editing just on that video, plus the other video. By the way, if you haven't checked out the video yet, we have the collab with MTG Jedi for this round of Raid Madness that just popped today. That went up this morning. So make sure to go check that out because it's a good video. It's on round 3, which is the Sacred 16. There's a lot of information there. The fight gets, it's heating up. It's heating up. I'm not agreeing with all of my expert analysts at this point. Of course I'm not. But in the first round, when you don't agree, it's like, whatever, who cares? It's the first round. But now we're fighting. It's fighting words. No, he was great. He was really fun. And it was good to have competing opinions because that's the value in the conversation. If everybody always agreed, there'd be no reason to run the bracket, right? So anyway, if you want a membership, you can come here and get it. Yeah. And then let's go back to the game. All right. I got to go back to the chat. There we go. Spamming those emojis. There you go. Hey, Maritime Guy. Good to see you. Can you talk briefly about Mythic from High Elves faction? I just pulled him today. Discord members, give me some advice. Can you provide your expert opinions? I have not pulled any Mythics myself. And I basically ignore their existence for the most part. So I don't actually know how good this guy is. I haven't even looked at him. I don't even bother my consciousness with the existence of Mythics unless I'm fighting them in arena. And that to a certain extent is just the free-to-play mentality. I'm like, what are the chances that I pull any of these champions? Why should I worry about them? Why should I even make them aspirational champions for my account? My aspirational champions are still like Duchess and Yumiko and Krisk. It's like I don't need to worry about Mythics. That being said, I think they're very cool. And when I pull one, I'll get excited. And I have definitely informed myself about Lady Mikage because she's the free champion, the one that you can fuse. And I can still fuse her. I didn't fuse her this champion chase because I pulled all my void shards instead. So yeah, I'll just go take a look. I'm not going to run it down right now because I don't want to taint my opinion and have another champion that I want to get that I can't get. So I apologize for not doing more. Civic says, don't forget to like the stream. Every thumbs up helps. That's true. Please do so. Kai says, been using Armands at level 50, unascended, and no books, and he is insane. 60 books in Ascension tomorrow for tourney. There you go. I've been saying Shaggy Flop, and it's it's Shaggy free to play. Oh, I'm sorry. Shaggy Flop. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. That's awesome. Denise, you've enjoyed the brackets? That's great. Yeah. A lot of people are doing pretty well on their brackets. I threw in some, some long shots into my bracket just for fun, because if I called it exactly the way I thought it was going to happen, I'd actually be really close. I'd be really close. I might be perfect, actually. The only one I would have missed was RKD, I think. Runekeeper Dazzler should not have lost in the first round. I have no idea why that happened. People are talking about, well, Phoenix is like a Wukong counter. Who cares? I don't care. Like, you can counter Wukong 50 different ways. It's like RKD is 10 times the champion that Phoenix is. I still don't understand it. But other than that, I think I would have called every single fight. I think I probably would have changed. Like, I called and voted for White Dryad Naya, but I think that I knew Mist Rider was going to go through there. The western side of the bracket, I'm not surprised by anything there. Shaggy Flop has an idea for a video series. Do pills and have people vote on a champion, then go over how to build that champion. Do pills first, huh? Yeah, that's always a video series. Do a lot of drugs, get really messed up, and then try to give people advice. Typo? That's a typo? Do polls? Is it supposed to be polls? Shaggy, you and I are not on the same page when we're spelling things today. You got free to play. I'm seeing flop. You're calling pills. It must be polls. Oh, polls. Polls, not polls. Okay. Or he'll give you advice on the Mythic there. More questions about the emu. Whisper shouldn't have lost to Seer. Yeah, that was a rough corner of the bracket with Seer, Whisper, and Geo all in that corner. All of them deserve to get through to like the third round. They're all really, really good. Although damage dealers are kind of a dime a dozen. No damage dealers are really going far. All of the utility champs are making it through. All of the high utility champs, Demitha, Seeker, Godseeker, like, whether Deacon makes it out of the bottom or Farrakhan the Fat, like, you're talking about the skills that are harder to find than just damage. And I think that's honestly fair. Like, we should almost do a different bracket, which is just like the 64 top epic damage dealers. That would be really interesting. Like, who, you think about Skullcrown and Magnar and Genbo and Gala and, Morag and like, Whisper, Annex, Fane, like put all those in their own bracket and just see what happens there. That would be kind of interesting. But I think it's right to value support champions over damage champions, because support champions are the engines that make the team compositions go. You design your team composition around your support champions. And then basically you just find a damage dealer that fits it. Unless you have Newt or Harima or Krizia. Unless you have that level of damage dealer, then you build the comp to fit the champ. But prior to that point, you just fit the champ into the comp. You build the comp first, So as much as it pained me to see Genbo go down to Rector Drath, like, I knew that was going to happen. I am bitter about Dazzler, and I'm upset because the whole point here is to have conversations to educate people on how good champions are. And every comment that I got about RKD was like, yeah, he's really not that important. He's easy to replace. He's not that good. Like, Phoenix does something that's really important. No, it's just not. That's demonstrably false. All you have to do is run RKD at 61 time. If you have an alt account and you have RKD sit in the vault, just take him to 60. If you're in the first 4 to 6 months of an account, take him to 60. If you're anywhere in your account and you have an RKD and a Phoenix, take them both to 60 and just see where you can run him versus running Phoenix. Like, just check it out. It's not even close. It's not even close. Now, Sauce, if you like him because you've had him and you've used him forever, then that's fine. Then that's absolutely fine. You should vote for the champions that you know bring you value and that you enjoy. And that's also fine, right? Like, there's no rules on how you can vote. So I'm not upset at that kind of vote, but I'm just like, are there that many people? Are there that many people who have just built a Phoenix and love him and like either don't know how good RKD is or have built him but not gotten value out of him? Because like when Jay Giggs and I were talking about this, we couldn't understand. Like, forget Deacon for a second and forget Geo for a second. Like, just put those champions aside. If you were to say you could pull one epic in the first week of a new account, which one would you want to pull? Like, RKD would be in that conversation. He would be one of my top 3 choices. Phoenix wouldn't be in my top 25. He just wouldn't be in my top 25. He wouldn't probably be in my top 50. Like, there are so many other champions I would pull before I got to Phoenix. And there are other damage dealers I would want before I got to Phoenix. I would rather have a Genbo. I would rather have a Skull Crown. I would rather have a Whisper. I would rather have all these other... I would rather have a Mistrider Dathia. I'd rather have a Ruella. I'd rather have all of these other damage dealers before I got to Phoenix. And I'd rather have RKD before all of those champions I just mentioned. It's like there are like at least 10 damage dealers I would pick before Phoenix. And I would pick RKD before every single one of those damage dealers. So the idea that he got through is just absurd to me. And it's like, but if you love the champion, if you've played the champion and you love him, then vote for him. Why not? I'm voting for Venom Mage over Geo. I actually think that one's closer. I think people are underestimating Venom Mage. But part of it is just because I don't have a Geo and he's never... I've had a Geo on another account and he did okay. But Venom Mage I've had on several accounts and always is just a hard carry. Just a hard carry. So. Seer arguably needs more support than Whisper to work. Not arguably. I think that's fact. Damage dealers, a Seer needs something. Needs something to work, right? She doesn't just work on her own. Whereas Whisper doesn't need anything. RKD was a big difference maker in your Faction Wars 21 team. I could see that, yeah. Alex, yeah, Rector Draft is... This is the thing about this bracket. Like, let's pull up the bracket. Why not just talk about it for a second, since we're all talking about it? We haven't really had a live stream debate about this in over a week. All right, so let me see. All right. So if we're looking on this side, I don't think there are any. I don't think there are really any misses here. Neldor could have gone through against Skullcrown, but okay, Skullcrown went through. I'm not surprised. Magnar could have gone through against Skrank. I know MTG was upset about that. He really thinks that Magnar, he calls him the hardest hitting epic in the game. I think that's debatable. I think Genbo, like, you have to account for the 30% crit rate shift, and the void affinity, right? So it's like, if you're strong affinity, you're going to do more damage. But when you're weak affinity, you're going to do a lot less damage. And so it kind of, you have to think about it that way. But Magnar does better in PvE. That's true. So Skrank going through there, I'm okay with Skrank going through there. I actually think I would prefer to pull a Skrank over Magnar, because like I said, damage dealers are not that hard to obtain. And Skrank is an AoE HP burner, which is incredibly hard to obtain. It's like, you need one. You absolutely need one. And it's like you have 3 options, at the epic rarity, and he's the best by far. You have Ultimate Gaelic, Mordecai, and this guy. Am I missing anybody? I think those are the only 3. And like Ultimate Gaelic is bad. He's bad. Mordecai is good, and Skrank is insane. So I think it makes sense that he went through. Wuzgar could have beat out Annex, but that's fine. I don't care either way, really. I think they're completely different champions that provide different kinds of value. Wuzgar's not been around long enough to really establish himself as anything in particular. So Annex is just the more well-known quantity, you know? So I think all of that makes sense. In the next round, Godseeker versus Allure is really interesting. And I honestly don't know who's going to go through there. I don't know who's going to go through on this one. We'll have to see. I think Deacon should beat Ferric in the Fat, but he might not. If Deacon loses anywhere before the final, I'll be upset. In fact, if he loses in the final, I'll be upset. That's just my personal opinion is Deacon is the best epic in the game by 30%. You know, take whoever you think is the best epic in the game, and Deacon's 30% better than that epic. That's my feeling. Easily the most usable epic in the most content forever. And the discussion I always hear about Deacon is that he's not usable at endgame, which is hilarious to me. I just showed my, you know, the recap video, the like yearly recap video. I just showed mine on my main account. I've been playing 2.5 years. I'm at endgame, and Deacon is still in my top 5 most used champions. I use him all over the place at endgame. He doesn't fall off. He doesn't like. The reason you think he falls off is because you get other champions to flesh out your roster, and you get more specialists and better support. You get like a Mithrala, and you get a Pythion, and you get, you know, all these things, and you're like, oh, I don't really need Deacon for this. It's like, but he does a thing that none of them do. Like, you will never take him out of your arena team. You will never take him out of your Go First arena team. He's the best champion in the game to be your second turn meter filler, with maybe the one exception being Lysandra, right? Like, you could use a Lysandra or maybe a Kymar. Like, those are the other options. But realistically, Deacon's the easiest of all of those to use. He goes into Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss unkillable team compositions. He's usable in a ton of Doom Tower boss fights. You're going to use him against Doom Tower waves in a lot of places. Right? That speed aura is awesome. You can use him in all sorts of other, you know, you still can use him in dungeons. You're still going to use him in Cintranos. You're still going to use him in faction crypts. Like, he doesn't go away. He doesn't go away. He goes from being in like 90% of my teams to being in like 30 or 40% of my team. But that's crazy for an epic that you can get on day one. And he's also the best snowball champion in the game. That's stupid. He's so much better than everybody else. He's so much better than everybody else. If there were only one epic and they're like, you can't have any other epics in the game, you get one epic, I would still pick Deacon. I still wouldn't pick Seer or, you know, Geo, or like, I wouldn't pick Allure. I wouldn't pick Godseeker. I wouldn't pick any of them. I'd pick Deacon. All right. So, you know, bottom half of the bracket here, no real surprises. Ugo overcoming Fane in the first round. It's not really an upset. That's not the surprise. In fact, I think this corner of the bracket is exactly to what you would expect it to be. Right? Gembo went through, lost to Rector Drath. Stagnite might beat Rector Drath here, and that would kind of be expected. I would expect Stagnite to overcome Rector Drath here. Someone in the comments of the latest video said Stagnite's overrated, or maybe overhyped. And I think overhyped and overrated are two different things. I think Stagnite might be overhyped. I think that's fair, but I don't think he's overrated. I think he deserves to be in the top 8 epics in the entire bracket. So, you know, the question is, does Rector Drath deserve to be in the top 8? Does Demytha deserve to be in the top 8? You know, like, who deserves to be in the top 8? Because we're only going to get, you know, Madame Sarah's, like, we're only going to get 2 of these in the top 8. But I think Stagnite is absolutely a top 10 epic, and arguably, like, next to Deacon, if you could say, you know, what's the next epic that you would want, like, Stagnite would come into the conversation. I think Seeker would too. I think Seeker is the best champion on this side of the bracket. Where is he? Here he is. I think Seeker is the best. In the East, I think in the West, it's Deacon, and I think in the East, it's Seeker. And I don't expect Seeker to come out of the East, by the way. I think Seeker's going to lose to Geo. I think Geo's going to go through. But again, I would take Seeker over Geo. Maneater up here should probably go through. I think Maneater's going to overcome Ursula and then beat Royal Guard or Mist Rider. I don't think it's going to be that close. So I think we're going to get a Maneater Geo in the final four in the East. And I think in the West, we'll probably it's going to be Deacon coming out of the Northwest. And I'm expecting Stagnite to come out of the Southwest, but it could be Demitha. I don't think it's going to be Rector Drath. I think if Demitha comes up against Rector Drath, Demitha goes through. But if Demitha comes up against Stagnite, I think Stagnite goes through. So it would be Deacon versus Stagnite and then Seeker versus Geo, which to me is a near perfect top four. I would say that's a near perfect top four. I think, in fact, that makes a ton of sense to me. If Demitha or Maneater make it in, that would be okay with me. I think that makes sense to me personally. The value that Clan Boss has. Demitha is more versatile than people give her credit for. Maneater is way more versatile than people give him credit for. I think if I had to pick one or the other, I would pick Maneater over Demitha, because Demitha is harder to get a speed tune with, but the upside is higher. Like, if you can get the Demitha speed tune, it's generally better than most Maneater speed tunes, unless you get a double Maneater. But that being said, like, Maneater is the more flexible champion to create a Clan Boss team with. So I expect Deacon versus Stagnite, Geo versus Maneater. I'm sorry, it's not Seeker. It's Maneater. Geo versus Maneater. Which is also still a near perfect top four, right? I'm okay with that top four. But if Geo beats Maneater and then beats Deacon, I'm gonna be ticked. Because to my mind, he's not the best. He's not the best in the game. He is so overhyped. Again, overrated is different than overhyped. I think he deserves to be in the top 10 of everybody's like top 10 epics. He has to be in the top 10. But I don't think he's the number one. And, one of the things I think about is, like, I'm a free-to-play player. I'm a free-to-play player. And I know for a fact how valuable all of these other champions are, because I run all of these other champions. And then I've run a Geo, and I've compared. Like, I ran all these other champions on my main account, and then I ran Geo on a different account. And I'm like, he's great. He's awesome. But I honestly think, like I would take Seeker over Geo. And that's my honest opinion. I don't expect that to happen. I think I'm going to get shouted down. I think Geo might walk through. I think the only champion, honestly, that feels like they have a real chance of knocking off Geo, I think Deacon's probably the favorite. I think Deacon would have to be the one that knocks him off. If it's not Deacon, the only other champion I could see doing it is Demitha. I don't think Maneater does it. I could see Demitha beating Geo. I think the excitement level you get when you pull a Demitha and the excitement level that you get when you pull a Geo are probably comparable for most people. And Demitha is the harder of the two to get because she's a void. So I think as an aspirational champion, she might even be up there above Geo. People might want Demitha more than they want Geo. And so there's a potential for Demitha to make it through and be the number one champion. I don't see Godseeker doing it. I don't see her getting out of this corner. I don't think she beats Deacon. I don't even think she beats Farrakhan. If Farrakhan makes it to the final four, I think he's meat. I think he gets crushed by everybody. But he could potentially take out Godseeker. I'm not 100% sure she gets past Allure. In fact, I voted the other way. I think Allure probably takes out Godseeker. I don't mean in the voting. I mean in my mind, I think Allure is probably the better of the two champions, the more valuable of the two champions. So I expect Godseeker to get through, but I hope Allure gets through because I think she should. So this would be either Allure, it doesn't matter what matchup this is. Like the only one in this foursome who has a chance of winning the whole thing is Deacon. So it's like he could lose this matchup. That means the Northwest loses. If Deacon doesn't win all the way through, there is no way any of these other champions are winning. which is weird. You know, you're like, oh, I might take Farrakhan over Deacon, but Deacon is the better matchup against Geomancer or the better matchup against Maneater or something. You know, like, so Deacon should go through there. And then I think it, you know, it's Stag-Knight or Demitha here. Probably Demitha, honestly. I think Stag-Knight should go through, but maybe not. Maybe Demitha is more valuable. And then I think Demitha has a shot at taking out Geomancer. I don't think Maneater does. I think Maneater ends up in the top 4, though. Come on. We could do this. But yeah, I think he ends up here. The Maneater is going to come through. He's going to beat Ursula. And then this is going to be Maneater versus Royal Guard, probably. And Royal Guard's good, but I'm not sure he deserves a top 8 spot. That's a little bit of a surprise. MTG thought he did, though. He thinks Royal Guard should go through, and he, in fact, called this corner of the bracket the correct way. This bracket completely broke for me. I think I called Runekeeper, Lady Annabelle, White Dryad, and Duke the Pierce, so I only got one of the first 4. And then in the second round, I called Runekeeper and Duke. And then in the third round, I think I called Runekeeper over Duke. And then in the fourth round, I think I called Maneater over it, Runekeeper. So the whole top portion of the bracket is wrecked. So if you're doing well in this upper quadrant here, then yeah, you got me beat. You got me beat. But okay. That's the bracket breakdown for me. But definitely go watch the video. The video is fun. MTG and I do not agree on all that stuff. Darian says, Geo walks is half of the draw, in my opinion. He is still the best epic in the game overall. So this is one of the thought processes behind my objection to Geo is this. In a game like this, or it happens in other places in life. Like, it doesn't have to happen in gaming, but in a lot of places, you'll have this argument. Champion A does this thing. Champion B cannot do this thing. And then somebody will say, Champion B can do that thing. And the first person will be like, no, he can't. You're wrong. You're wrong. If somebody says, I've done that thing with this champion, then don't object to it. Just be like, wow, I didn't know that could happen. That's fine. That's fine. So if you say that Deacon is not an endgame champion, and then I'm telling you I'm an endgame player and I use Deacon in 40% of my teams, what you shouldn't say is, well, you're doing it wrong. You know, you'd be like, dude, what? What do you mean I'm beating all of the endgame content? Except for Nightmare Hydra, I'm beating all of the endgame content. Right? I haven't cleared Amius hard mode yet, but I'll get there. Like that's just more an issue of gathering the souls, right? I just need enough souls to make sure that I can actually get all the keys. Right now it's hard to get all the keys. But it's like, so if you're like, Deacon's not an endgame champion, I'm here to tell you you're wrong. Like, and I know that you're wrong, and it's demonstrably wrong. So you can have an argument, you can have an opinion about a champion, but when somebody says that they do something that you don't think can be done, they are always right 100% of the time. Unless they're lying to you, right? They're right. But if you're like, no, can't be done. Like, you know, this is the same argument. It happens in life. It'd be like, oh yeah, nobody can climb that mountain. And then somebody climbs it. And then they're like, yeah, I told you I could. You know, and then what are you going to keep saying? You're going to keep saying, no, you didn't. You couldn't. It was impossible. I don't believe that you did it. Like, all right. Do you know what I mean? So I think the thing with the Geo situation is people are like, oh, Geo does this and this and this and this and this. And that's true. But then I see comments like, yeah, I need a Geo to unlock that. And I'm like, no, you don't. You need Geo for 0% of content. Right? You need him for 0% of content. There's nothing that he unlocks that can't be unlocked a different way. There are champions, by the way, who really unlock content that can't be unlocked another way, or can't be unlocked another way that isn't ridiculous. You know? So like that's fine. Like you can think about Brogni and like an unkillable an infinity comp. Like you need Brogni to create a really ridiculous infinity comp. So if you're trying to get 1 billion damage on clan boss, like you need one champion. But if you were to say, like, oh, you can't build an unkillable clan boss team with only one unkillable champion, and then somebody does it, like, oh, Demitha 3-1. Like, and what are you gonna say? You're gonna say, nuh-uh. It's like, what? So when I'm saying Geo is better overall because he's that good, why then are you saying I'm wrong? I'm not. I've never said Geo's not good. I've never said Geo's not a top 10 epic in the game. Right? But like, let's say you only get one top 10 epic in the game. Let's say you get Geo and you use him for everything. You're going to be like, he's the best epic in the game. And if you get, I don't know, if you get Godseeker and you use her everywhere and she does great things for your account, you're going to be like, this is the best epic in the game. And if you have Deacon and you use him everywhere and he conquers all this content for you, you're going to say he's the best epic in the game. None of those perspectives are complete. Right? None of those perspectives are complete. And most people, when they get Geo, stop trying the other routes. They stop trying to solve things without Geo. Right? The reason I'm so high on Venom Mage is because I never had a Geo and I tried to solve a lot of stuff with Venom Mage and it worked. It worked. She doesn't solve Iron Twins for you. Right? She doesn't solve you in the same Iron Twins in the same way that Geo solves Iron Twins. That's the one place where I think he's incredibly valuable is Iron Twins. But if you have Newt, you don't need him. So I'm not saying that your opinion that he's good is wrong. I'm saying that your perspective is incomplete. And mine, by the way, is not fully complete because I've never had an experience where Geo unlocked an account for me. I got him early on in an account that I ran for like over a year. And I had a lot of success with him. But comparing that to the hype that I heard about Geo, I was like, he's not as good as the hype. He's a fantastic champion. And I was really happy to pull him, and I found him useful. I found him very useful. He's really good. But the hype was like, oh my gosh, the game is over. I'm like, nah, the gear that you need, and you need to build them into certain comps. And like even the Iron Twin situation, it's like, yeah, there are multiple comps that you can build him into Iron Twins, but it's not like you can just put him there and win. He's not a cheat code. And that's what the hype tells me, that Geo is a cheat code. I'm like, no, he's not. He's like every other really good champion. He needs to be properly built, conceived of, put in a team composition, and run in such a way as to make him valuable. If you think about him in Clan Boss, people are like, oh, you got Geo, he's your Clan Boss damage dealer. I'm like, yeah, you're only getting 19 turns. In 19 turns, any damage dealer is going to outdamage Geo. When you get 50 turns, Geo's going to outdamage 90% of damage dealers. Right? When you get 150 turns, he's probably going to outdamage 95% of damage dealers. They're going to still be damage dealers that outdamage Geo, but he does really, really good things for your team. Right? But it's like, oh, he's an instant cheat code. He didn't like transport me to Ultra Nightmare. He didn't do that. So that's why I think the hype is problematic. And I don't mind being on the wrong side, not the wrong side of the argument. I don't mind being on the devil's advocate side of the argument, because I think people should build Geo if they get him. But they should never, I hear this comment, I need Geo to unlock this content. You don't. You never do. No account needs a Geo. He's great if you get him. You should build him. He's going to help. He's going to be great snowball champion, progression champion. But by the way, there are places in the game where pulling Geo is less advantageous than pulling other champions. So there are compositions, there are rosters where Geo doesn't fit the roster. He's not really, there are gear, if you don't have the gear to really unlock him, he's going to be hard to he's not a Swiss Army knife in that respect. That's all. Takeover says, I don't have Geo or Newt, so it is tough for me. Yeah, but by the way, I didn't have Geo or Newt before I solved 100% of the problems that I've solved, basically. The one thing that I think Newt really did for me is speed up the end game, and he solved Fire Knight hard mode for me, basically. It's not 100% solved because I'm not at hard mode 10. But if you don't have Geo, try Venom Mage. Try Venom Mage in a lot of places. If you don't have Geo, look to tanky teams, defensive teams if you have your Mithrala is a great champion to experiment with. If you have like a Valkyrie or a Martyr, use those counterattacks. If you have a Helicath or a Roshguard or a Saint Nick, use the unkillable buffs. If you have an Emic or a Man-Eater, mess around with unkillables. Make sure that you get, try sustain champions. Try, champions that have built-in sustain to their kit, plus throw them in regen. Like try an Islan everywhere. There are ways to approach all of these areas that Geo solves that are creative and different and, still work great. Yeah, Darren. And sometimes he is the best champion for the job, or at least he's the easiest champion for the job, if not the best champion for the job. Like, I think the Emic Trunk Heart Newt combo in Iron Twins is better than any composition of Geo in Iron Twins. Right? And usually with Geo and an Iron Twins, you're still going to need somebody to either bring a slow, or you're going to not specifically bring the slow, and then you want like an unkillable buff or something like that. So Geo has to be paired properly, and so does Newt, and so does Emic. Like, these other champions have to be paired properly. I'm not sure he's part of the best solution for any content in the game, but he may be part of the easiest best solution. Do you know what I mean? Like the best solution that is still accessible to the most people. And that's fair. That's totally fair. And that makes for a great champion. So for instance, I would say Demitha. Demitha is part of maybe the best, easiest solution for Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. Maybe, right? It's the most accessible speed tune because it requires one legendary. No, I'm sorry, it requires no legendaries, right? It requires specific champions, but one rare and 2 epics plus Demitha. And it's like, okay, that's still a lot, but they're all really accessible. So that's the best version. That's the easiest, most accessible version of the best solution for Clan Boss. You get a 3-to-1 speed comp. You put any really good damage dealer in there that's strong affinity. You might have to build, 2 or 3 damage dealers, and you've got your 1 key Ultra Nightmare in every affinity, full auto. That's hugely valuable. That's incredible. That's why Demitha is where she is in the bracket, right? So yeah, there's that. However, Brogni is part of the best solution, right? Like, if you have to say what's the best solution for Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss, it would be the one that does the most damage. I think that's what you would say is the best solution, the world record holding solution. And so Brogni has to be part of that. You can't do it without Brogni. Now, potentially you can have versions of that are even, you could say, well, you can't do that without 2 Yumikos too. It's like, yeah, but you don't have to. Like, you can do that Brogni comp and do 500 million without 2 Yumikos. So Brogni's the best. He unlocks the best solution. Demitha unlocks the most accessible best solution. And I think Geo is the same. Geo's the same as Demitha in that. He often unlocks the most accessible, easiest, fastest solution to a thing. Maybe not a lot of things, actually. He probably unlocks like a good solution to a lot of things. And then the best, most accessible solution to a few things. And Iron Twins is one of those. Same thing with Godseeker and Eerie. Like, Godseeker and Eerie unlocks the best, most accessible solution to Sand Devil's Necropolis. It's not the best solution. It's not the fastest solution. It's just the easiest best solution. So the Brogni team still works. Yeah. The Cadaver version of it is not as good as it used to be. But the speed tune still works, sure. And you could do 500 million damage on that. Yeah. All right, let me get going here. We've had a lot. Just wondering what Sun's doing right now.
You.
Dude. Welcome. We just had a huge debate about Geo. You would have enjoyed it. Sorry you missed it.
I know. I was listening the entire time.
Okay.
Here in the chat.
All right, so why don't we get fired up for our first takeover here? We've been going for an hour. Usually we get to
I've had
about
it
half
ready
an
to
hour.
go. I've been waiting for you to call it.
All right, so just a quick reminder how we do this. So basically, what's going to happen is if you're not a member of our Discord, please join our Discord. In the left-hand column where you got all the different channels, you want to scroll down about 2/3 of the way. You're going to find a place called the Coaching Corner. And in that section, there is a channel called Wheel of Takeover. Enter that channel, react to the message that Sun has put up. That's all you have to do. That will put you into the wheel. Don't worry if you don't see your name on the wheel. You are, in fact, on the wheel. There's just a limited number of actual spots, like visually, that can be, displayed, I guess. But every name is there. And then we're going to spin the wheel. Whoever it lands on will win. Remember, you can only win once every 90 days. So if you have won since New Year's Day, please don't enter, because we still have a few more days left before you can enter again. Have your login information ready. So that's your email address and your password. If you have two-factor authentication, we'll do that when we get there. But don't add two-factor authentication right now, because it usually will lock you out for a couple of hours. So that can be a little bit of a glitch thing. As soon as you win, DM me your login information. Sun will give you a new role that will allow you to enter the coaching voice channel with me. So you're going to want to mute the stream, join the coaching voice so you can hear me in real time, so we can have a little bit of a conversation. You're going to have to text me, like you're going to have to DM me. You're not going to have voice permissions in the channel. That just makes things a little bit easier and more streamlined. And so then just DM me what kind of takeover that you're looking for. So by the way, we've got gear cleanses back on the menu today. I hope we don't get one, but no restrictions today in terms of the takeovers. So whatever you're looking for, if you want a Hydra team, if you want to, whatever you want, just remember that there's limited time, right? There is limited time. So sometimes some of those big takeovers like Hydra require more time than we can really do in one session here. But I'm willing to give it a shot. Sun's doing squat. You don't need a 5-star brimstone, Icky Ray. You don't need a ninja and you don't need a Drang. Go build Selenia. Frenzy could be an option. If you have Chronum can be an option. You probably want an HP burn champion or a poison champion. You could use Venom Mage. You could use a hard-hitting nuker. You can use Newt. You can use Acrizia. You could use Whisper. You could use Fane. You could use a lot of champions. All right. We're going to give people a few minutes here. Son, how you doing today?
Another beautiful day, my friend,
Another beautiful day.
Can't complain. My mom sent me puppy pictures of Bandit
Oh,
this morning. He's such
so
a
sweet.
chubby little puppy. Then at the same time, I was like, holy crap, that was 4 years ago? He's 4 years old already?
Yeah,
Doesn't
that's
seem
crazy,
like
right?
that's the case at all. He's
Yeah. Yeah, Piper's gonna be 4 this summer. So yeah, she's past the 3.5-year mark. It's kind of crazy. I think the thing about, like, I've never raised a dog from a puppy myself. Like, we had a puppy when I was a kid, but it's like, oh, what the heck? I thought I made the swap. I thought I made the champion swap here. This might not work out for me. But yeah, so it's really interesting to see all the stages of development, like at how different they are every month for the first year, but then they keep changing. Like every 4 to 6 months, it feels like you've got kind of a slightly new dog, like they've got a slightly different personality. I don't know. Has Bandit just like settled into his personality? Is it just like complete now and fixed, or do you find that he's still maturing? Son?
no headset. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think his personality.
I hate your headset, and I want to throw it in a river. By the way, it causes so many problems. I mean, these earbuds are like perfect, and they never cause any problems whatsoever. But that headset literally messes up like 3 times a day. So just wanted to share that. Just wanted to share that.
I just it's taking everything inside of me not to fight back on that one. But I really don't want to. Okay. Dogs. Think of dogs. Think of dogs.
Yeah, dogs.
But yeah, no, yeah. I think his personality is kind of set, but his preferences I can tell are still changing. You know, like I think it was just a couple months ago he decided that he doesn't want to chill on the couch anymore. He's going to go lay in the bed because that's more comfortable. It's like
yeah.
he's just going to lay in there in the dark by himself. He'd never done that before. So I think it's little things like that where I'm like, it's still kind of interesting.
Yeah, what about like has he backtracked on anything? Was there like something that he learned to do and then after a certain amount of time he's like, "Yeah, I'm just not going to do that anymore." Has that happened at all?
He doesn't listen to his name as much as he used to.
Yeah.
hmm
Yeah. That's true.
Which is interesting because he'll still listen to all the other commands, just specifically when I call his name.
He doesn't care. Yeah.
He was just like, "Yeah, that's me. I'm gonna keep doing my thing though."
Well, it's interesting because I think we do kind of poison certain words for the dogs. Like if I'm snuggling with her and I'm saying her name, now it doesn't mean pay attention anymore. Now it's just it's a term of endearment.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, you know, normally if I'm outside, I'll call her name to get her attention, but she has also stopped paying attention to her name the way Bandit has. So it's like, oh, I can't do that anymore. I have to use different words. Yeah, but there are other things. Like she used to have these toys that she loved that she used to play with as a puppy, and we could use them as ways to like engage her and kind of tire her out and get her to do stuff. And she doesn't care about them anymore. She's just like, yeah, I'm not into toys. Like I want to go outside. That's all I want to do. You know, so it's like inside she snuggles and outside she runs around, but inside she doesn't really play unless she hasn't gone outside because it's like raining. And then she's like, you know, like throw the ball in the hallway and I'll chase it. But yeah, so there's been like a narrowing of her. I don't know if you would call it her personality or like the tool sets that we have or whatever. It's like, yeah, there's definitely stuff like that. And on the flip side, like she'll just climb into bed with us now. She didn't used to do that. She used to always have to be invited up now. But if we're both in the bed, like hanging out watching a movie, she'll just climb up on us, put herself in between us, and then just lean back and watch the movie or whatever. You know, she's just like, she wants to be part of the scene and she feels confident enough that she's welcome, you know, that she doesn't need to be specifically invited.
Yeah, Bandit doesn't have that issue. He's comfortable anywhere he goes.
Darren, I don't think I do have that champion. I remember some silent streams that would disagree. Yeah, have you seen one in a while, Tunk? That's user error. That's not the issue of the headset. But okay, let's go ahead and spin that wheel. We've got plenty of reactions here. I'm going to be fighting this battle about Geomancer right up until the moment he wins this whole thing.
I was about to say, I'm glad you phrased it that way because
right up until the moment he either wins or Deacon takes him out. And if Deacon takes him out, then I'll be happy and I'll be gracious. And if Deacon loses to Geomancer, I'm going to be hell on wheels.
You know, there was some talk in the VCs about you know, getting out there and rigging the vote for Geomancer.
Yeah, I'm sure there was.
Made the great point that that's not rigging the vote. That's called campaigning. And you know, if people need to learn the value of Geomancer, we're here to preach that gospel. That's all I'm saying.
People need to learn the value of Geomancer. Oh my god.
Yeah. I can think of one candidate right now that needs to learn the value.
I've done all the things. And I've done none of them with Geo.
Well, that sounds like a personal problem.
Chef wins. All right, we've got our first winner. The gospel of Geomancer. This is what happens when people like their boxes in boxes. That's all this proves to me. The people like their boxes and boxes. Kai thinks Deegan will be beat by Godseeker. Oh my goodness. Certainly possible. There are champions who could cause an upset. I'd like to see Seeker cause the upset. I think Seeker is essential. I said this in the video. I think when I am building an account, I do not consider my roster like fleshed out and complete until I have at least 2 champions. 1 copy of Allure and 1 copy of Seeker. And those are the only 2 champions I feel that way about. Every other champion in the game is replaceable, but those 2 champions are essential. And I do think that of the 2, Seeker is the more essential, because when you get your Vizix, I still think Allure is essential. But when you get your Vizix and you have Armiger, like you have another solution potentially for that. But there is literally no champion in the game that does what Seeker does. And that's true. He is unique. He is one of the very, very few completely unique champions in the game. There's nobody that can do what he does. No epic, no legendary. And if he won the whole thing, I would say that makes sense. You know, not that I would want him to win the whole thing, but if he won the whole thing, I'd be like, that is the most unique epic in the game. You know, and that is one champion that is literally, there is no replacement for. There is no mythic. There's nobody that replaces that champion. And so if he won, I would be like, yes, he's the most valuable epic in the game. And that makes sense. If he beat Deacon, if he beat Geo, if he beat Godseeker, if he beat Demytho or Stagnite or whoever, I'd be like, yes, that makes sense. Even though I don't think he's the most valuable champion in the game, he's very, very high. He's probably top 5 in terms of value. He's the most essential epic champion in the game. Armand's replaces Allure, in your opinion? Yeah, okay. You still don't have a Seeker, so you can confirm he's not needed for any content. Total trash. Put him in the vault. Yeah, okay. He's still unique, right? He's still unique. He's still completely unique. And he still does something that no other champion does. And yeah, you don't need him. You don't have to have him. But if I could, you know, if I could only have a few epics in the game, that's the one near the top of the list where I'm like, all right, if I could have 5 epics, give me a Seeker, give me an Allure, and then give me whoever else you want. Like, sure, give me a Geo, give me a Deacon, give me a Godseeker, give me whatever. But if you're like, yeah, start your list of the 5 most essential, you know, epics, he's number 1. Try Iron Twins without Geo, have fun. I crushed it first time out, all 5 affinities, stage 15, no Geo. Wasn't even hard. Iron Twins fell to me in the first rotation that I could get there. Every single Iron Twins did. Now, when I got to Iron Twins, when Iron Twins was introduced into the game, I was already over a year into the game, a year and a half or whatever it was when they introduced it. So I had a hell of a roster, and I had Mithrala. Mithrala solves that problem. Sill of the Drakes, which you all should have by 6 months, solves, like if you have Mithrala and Sill of the Drakes, you can probably solve every affinity of Iron Twins. That's a solution right there. Those 2 champions. Match up Mithrala with Sill of the Drake. The only time you're going to have trouble there is in Force Affinity.
Getting hit with those soapbox emotes.
Yeah. I did get the DM, Chef. All right, let's get this show on the road. I didn't say the party thing this time. But I like that. I do like that argument. You know, and you're like, I haven't run Seeker. I don't have a Seeker, so I can confirm that he's not necessary. That's a great argument. You're right. And that's the way I like people to think, right? Like I like people to say, if I don't have a champion, what's another solution? You know, what else? Who else can I use? What else? You know, how hard is it without this champion? And it's like, yeah, Seeker goes into like most of the Demythic comps, but there are Demythic comps without Seeker. You have a high Katoon, everybody's got a high Katoon. You can use a high Katoon instead. It's like it's a different speed tune. You can't just swap high Katoon in for Seeker. But if you have high Katoon, by the way, if you have high Katoon and Apothecary, you can build a Demytha unkillable. It's hard to make it full affinity friendly, but you can build one really easily. So you don't need Eris, by the way. You don't need Deacon. High Katoon, which everybody gets, and Apothecary, which is a rare. You get those two champions, pair them with Demytha, you get an unkillable. Yeah, but the thing that Syl has that Duchess doesn't, Alex, is a slow on her A1. And that's one of the key components to defeating Iron Twin. Doesn't have to be Syl of the Drakes. You just need a slow, and then you need tankiness to sustain you. So it's like she brings that tankiness. She pairs with Demytha really well. Not Demytha, I'm sorry, Mithrala. She pairs with Mithrala really well, and she gives you that slow. That's just hugely... That's the best solution to Iron Twins, is to bring a consistent slow champion, and then... I shouldn't say the best. Like the easiest solution to Iron Twins, bring a really consistent slow for that affinity, and bring a tanky team. And then whatever your damage source is will get it done. You just have to kind of race the ramping debuff, right? The scaling debuff. And you can control that in a number of ways. And I'm going to do an Iron Twins video this week, and I'll show you. Deacon, Geo, Seeker, GSA, is that supposed to be GSA, Godseeker, Aniri, and Venomage? Yeah. That's a great starting five. All right, Chef, let's take a look at your account. We are past the 270. Oh, we're pretty far in. You are level 88, account level 88, which is great. I am on the wrong side of the screen. I just noticed. I've been over here since we were talking about the bracket, I guess. Let me get myself back over on the correct side of the screen. By the way, if I sound aggressive about this, I'm not. I don't take any of this personally. I really don't. I don't take any of it personally. You know, I think it's good to have the debate. I think it's fun, you know, and I expect Geo to do extremely well. I expect Geo to probably get past Seeker, to probably get past Maneater, and I'd say he's the slight favorite over Deacon to win the whole thing. Most of those calls are wrong in my mind, but that's okay. I don't mind. Like, having the discussion is the point, right? We're trying to enlighten people about these champions and what they're good. And when you have a reasonable debate that maybe Seeker is as valuable as Geo, and people already know about Geo, they might say, oh, maybe I should pull my Seeker out of the vault. And that's the point of the video series, right? It's not to say Geo's the best or not the best. I don't care. I don't. I honestly don't. What I do care is that players look at other champions and go, I'm a free-to-play player, or I'm a low spender, and I have tools in my toolkit that I'm not using yet. And this video series has taught me that I might want to explore the use of those tools and make my life easier, accomplish more things in the game. You know, it's like, that's the point. So keep them coming. Like, keep screaming at me. That's totally fine. I don't get angry if you disagree with me. I won't call you names. You don't call me names. We're good. That's basically all. You know, it's like, you're a freaking idiot. Okay, now I'm mad. But yeah, otherwise I don't take it personally.
Before you get into it, Cole.
Yeah.
Your Discord is unmuted again. Just so let you know.
My Discord is muted?
Unmuted. As in everybody can hear your...
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I had to do that in order to see Chef's name.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Let me go ahead and see. How do I turn that back on? It should just be a single button right available, but I think you have to go into settings.
Yeah, you go into user settings, mode, and just enable. You can also set a keybind if you want.
Is it accessibility? Where is it?
I believe you can just turn on streamer mode.
Oh, there it is. All the way at the bottom.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I'm glad you enjoy the debate. Okay. Good. Chef is enjoying the debates, but he's also like, hey, I need my takeover. Okay, so shoot me a message. Let me know what kind of takeover you're looking for today. Let's look at the roster in the meantime. So here's the Geo right there in the middle. Geo is in the house. That's good. You also have Newt. You do have Underpriest Brogni. Fantastic. You got your 4-star soul on Rathalos. You got a Pythion and an Artek and a Wukong. Your Vizix, your Arbiter, your Mithrala, your Ragash, Mashallah. This is a stacked account. This is the kind of crazy thing, because here's King Galkabar, by the way. When you're looking at this is 21 6-starred legendaries who can probably do, like, they'll feature in 99% of the content in the game. You know, and then you mix in the epics that we've been talking about, right? Look at these. Phoenix, Duke the Pierce, Genbo, Geo, Skull Crusher, Miscreated Monster, Allure, Tayrel, Stagnite, Deacon, and Ursula. Just those all made the second round in the bracket. Every single one of those, except for Skullcrown. Skullcrown, unfortunately, came up against, I think, Deacon in the first round. But every other one made the second round. You've got Doom Priest and Ugo and Seeker and Ruella, all who made the second round. Right? So this is how you get a ton of value, right? You build really good champions. It's like, yeah, Aox didn't make the field, but that doesn't mean he doesn't fit the roster, right? We've got another 6-star Madame Saris here, Skaramis, Rector Drath. All of these are in the top. We've got Fane, White Dryad Naya, Whisper. All of them were in the bracket. Magnar here. Haikatoon should have made the bracket. It's disappointing that she didn't. So ton of great epics here. Really good rares, right? The rares are pretty straightforward. Apothecary, Renegade, Cold Heart, and your starter champion. And the other ones that you're thinking about building are like Painkeeper and Bellower and Master Butcher, who are all solutions. Gnarlhorn, solution. You know, solution. So it's great. This is a really well-developed account. And then down here, look at this. Ferric the Fat, Tagore, Mistrider Dathi, Mordecai. Valhunt, like, yeah. The Mythos sitting here. Lady Annabelle. All of the solutions we've been talking about, Taragi the Frog, like all of the great, here's RKD. He's not as developed, but all of the great champions that we've been talking about are all here in this account. All right, I've got a novel over here I got to read. Just give me a second. Oh, you already sent me the message. That is just a repeat. Gotcha. You can 1-key Nightmare about 95% of the time. In Ultimate Nightmare, it's a 98% 3-key, but getting close to a 2-key. Okay. You just pulled Demitha and was looking to do the Myth Air comp. I've only built Eris so far and should get her to the needed 260C6 with speed glyphs. But getting Demitha fast enough right now would probably mean pinching gear from Arbiter to get the speed. Okay. Deacon would need to be slowed down and Seeker slowed down. And that can be one of the reasons not to build the Myth Air, right? Because if you only have one Deacon and you only have one Seeker, they're really valuable when they're fast. And if you slow them down to the speeds you need for the Myth Air comp, they can actually become less valuable in other content. You were thinking to use either Geo or Rathalos as your force DPS. Okay. You need an accessory cleanse advice on what to keep and sell. Yeah, I never do accessory cleanses. We could do that. That's actually a lot faster. Okay, so basically an account overview and advice and any weak area you wish to help with. All right, so let's just take a look at the Myth Air comp real quickly. We're not going to like speed tune anything. We're not going to rebuild any champions. We just want to think of it conceptually because this is the most common, like accessible one key Ultra Nightmare team for most players. Like, they get them to Mythic, they know they can do it because it's really, you know, the champions are relatively easy to obtain, no legendaries needed. You've got the Heiress, you know, it's like, so it's a very popular speed tune for a reason. So yeah, let's take a look at that. Let me see. I should have this set up as a scene, but I've been doing all these collabs. All my scenes have been broken. So sorry to make this take so long. But okay, so here we are on Deadwood Jedi site now. So if you want any of the speed tunes for Demytha, literally just come here to the list and pick the Demytha comps because she's in all of these comps. And the most common one is the budget Myth Air. We'll take a look at that. I'm sorry, that's not the most common one. Not the budget Myth Air, just the Myth Air. Myth Air alternate, we can look at that. Ultimate Myth Air with 3-1 DPS. That's the most likely one key there, by the way. This one, the ultimate Myth Air. But here's the Myth Air. Okay. So you do have the Myth Air, you have the Myth Air alternate, and then you have the ultimate Myth Air. So let's start with the classic Myth Air, right? So that's this one. Let me get myself sort of shrunken down here. These are the champions. 3 epics, only one of them void, and then a rare. And you can see that the speeds are completely manageable. I'm pretty sure these speeds are done with Deacon as the speed lead, using Deacon speed aura. So one thing you can do is if you want to speed up the champions a little bit, you can make Deacon not the lead, and then you would have to increase the speed for everybody, and you can figure that out in the calculator. Now, when we look at the actual composition, and this is really important, this is the thing that I kept messing up because I hadn't built this comp. It's full auto, full affinity friendly. You're getting these 3-1s. Basically, Deacon and Seeker are actually at 2-1s, right? Because they get extra turn mechanics. So that's what makes them 3-1. But Demytha's 3-1. So when we talk about a 3-1 comp, she's actually going 3 turns, right? Everybody else really is going twice. All the damage dealers, you know, so Heiress is the other one who's going 3. So Heiress and Demytha are going at a 3-1. Everybody else is really going at a 2-1. But the thing that I didn't understand, because this is not how this works with Doom Priest. Like, Doom Priest will be in this top spot. Heiress is the purple bar here. And so she cleanses at the top of every single turn. So when you get to the 3rd column, she's the first to go and she cleanses the slow. When you get to the 1st column, she's the first to go and she cleanses the stun. That's the whole purpose. She's always cleansing at the top. She's also dropping her speed buff at the top of every turn. The speed buff is also necessary. So you can't do this speed tune with a Doom Priest. It doesn't work because Doom Priest doesn't bring the speed buff. So you actually need Heiress. You have to have Heiress. There's no substitution for her in this composition. There are alternate compositions who use a speed buffer who's not Heiress. That's fine. So you can find other speed tunes. But in this particular comp, there's no substitution because she does both jobs. But if Heiress gets stunned, she can't do her cleanse. And she is the only Force Affinity champion in this team composition. Right? So Demytha's Void, Deacon is Spirit, and Seeker is Magic. Now, if anybody else gets stunned, Heiress will cleanse them. But if she gets stunned, she can't do her cleanse and instantly breaks. Instantaneously, it'll fall apart. And you may die very quickly. You might only get 25 turns. So in order to make this work against Spirit Affinity, you need a Force Affinity damage dealer. Now, this is weird. Why is this weird? Well, basically, the boss will target a weak affinity champion with the stun, right? That's what's going to happen. So Spirit Affinity is strong against Force Affinity. Heiress is Force Affinity, so she's going to be targeted. That would break it. So by bringing in a DPS, you allow the DPS to take the stun. You have to put Heiress behind that DPS in the turn order and make sure that the DPS isn't so tanky that he or she gets ignored anyway. But generally, like the weak affinity champion highest in the turn order is going to be the one hit. So it's pretty easy to get Eris not hit. But this is the only scenario in which you want to bring in a weak affinity damage dealer. Right? You always want a strong affinity damage dealer if you can. So you have an option here. The best combo for this, if you're going with the slow one, is Geo. He's the best in slot for the slow version of this DPS. Now, again, Geo is not perfect. There are other champions who could work here. Some people even use like Razin Scarhide because he brings some other cool things. You know, he brings a weaken and a decreased defense. And so you get like a backup decreased defense. But again, he's weak affinity. It's like, so the weaken, how often is the weaken going to land? You know, there's all sorts of things that you can think about. There are other damage dealers you could bring. You could totally bring in, I think Harima's force affinity. You could probably bring her in here and she'd do great. So you have some other options, but Deacon brings an HP burn. He brings the reflect, which is really the big thing. You're going to get 50 turns of reflection, right? Like that's the big thing. And so that's the best, that generally is the best, force affinity DPS that most people are going to have access to. However, you're probably going to want a second damage dealer. So Geo would probably be the best damage dealer for you to slot here against Spirit Affinity and against Magic Affinity. Because Spirit Affinity, he's weak, so he takes the stun. Magic Affinity, he's strong, so he does the most damage. But maybe not. He might not be the best into Magic Affinity. You might want a different Force Affinity damage dealer because he's not doing as much, like he's not getting as much extra damage as other people might who do more attacks or more direct damage or whatever. But I would, you know, if you're just building one, you'd build Geo. Then the second champion that you want to build is actually for Force Affinity. You want a Spirit Affinity damage dealer. Typically, a Spirit Affinity damage dealer is going to out damage Geo for the Force Affinity buff. A really good one is Feign. Another really good one is Annex. You know, but you know, they bring poisons, they bring weakens, they bring decreased defense. Feign brings a decreased attack, but you don't care because it's unkillable. So those are both really, really good in this spot as well. And those are nice. So you could literally do this and make a 1 key potentially. Probably a 2 key. It's realistically, it's a 2 key with those champions, all epics and a rare, which is why the tune is so popular. And you can see the speeds of everybody except the Mytha are really reasonable. However, if you're more advanced in the game, you might want to run your Deacon and Seeker faster. Now, the Myth Air alternate is this one, which is if you don't have Seeker, you can use Doom Screech. You can see the speeds on Doom Screech are higher. The speeds on Eris and Demitha are higher. The speeds even on Deacon can be higher, even your DPS. So this is also, it requires more speed gear, which can potentially mean like less dedicated to damage or whatever. But here, this is the best one. And this is actually more reasonable in terms of speeds. You do need to run your DPS very fast, but this is a 3-to-1. So now if we actually go to the speed tune, when we go here, you know, what we were saying before was that only Eris and Demitha were going at a 3-to-1, and then Seeker and Deacon were getting the extra turns, and that's how they were actually getting 3-to-1. But if you look at the damage dealer here, that's Razin Scarhide. Razin is now going at a 3-to-1. So you get 3 additional attacks per rotation, because before the damage dealer was going only twice. So the damage dealer here is going to be able to ramp up their contribution to the damage total considerably. I don't know if it's actually 50%. It's 50% more actions, but it should be a significant boost in their damage. So in this particular case, Geo is not any better. Geo is not better faster, because the vast majority of his damage comes from the reflection. Now, you'll still get more attacks, which means you'll get more chances for the War Master to proc. So you will get that. It's probably not going to increase uptime on like the HP burn or anything like that. So that's basically the one extra source of damage is going to be really, you know, just the regular extra hit. Geo doesn't hit hard. And then the War Master procs. And that's significant. So that it will boost Geo's damage as well if you can get him up to this speed. And you might like to run Geo faster for other content. but it is pretty fast. You know, you can see even with the 19% speed aura, you're looking at a 258 speed here. So again, 258 speed is more reasonable than like 277, but in the description for this one, these are their true speeds, not their adjusted speeds. Whereas in the other one, it was adjusted speeds. So, you know, 288 for Demitha, 266 for Eris, 195 for Deacon, 185 for Seeker, 258 for Razin. By the time you get to this comp, that's probably achievable for most players, unless they get like this, all these champions just too early in the game. So for this, you want somebody who does damage actively. And I would probably think not like a Fane or an Annex who might be relying on poisons, because even though they're going to do a little bit of extra direct damage too, this is the same thing with Geo. Geo, Fane, any poisoner only gets 50 turns of poisons because the poisons proc on the boss's turn. This is where it becomes interesting to use somebody like a Whisper. This is where it becomes interesting to use somebody like a Newt or a Gentoro or a Ninja, right? These are the champions you want to think about for this composition because they activate, like Ninja activates his burns, right? Or if somebody does direct damage and ignores defense or destroys defense like Harima and Newt, now you can really, you're getting so many attacks. First of all, you're destroying that defense really quickly. And then simultaneously, they hit really hard. And now they're hitting everybody's hitting a boss that has less defense. So everybody's going to ramp up their damage. So like, you know, Harima would be your force affinity. Newt would probably be your spirit affinity damage dealer. Those would be the two damage dealers you'd probably want to use. If you don't have those, like Gentoro's really good. Whisper could be really good. The great thing about Whisper is she's also, you know, all affinities, but you still need one. You still need to remember you need one force affinity damage dealer so Eris doesn't take the stun. That doesn't change. That hasn't changed. Right? So you're going to need somebody as a force affinity damage dealer. All right, so basically that's sort of the theory behind it. And so now what we can do is we can just go look at your roster and see what fits. Let me click the red. There we go. We need some mystery shards. Yeah, each of those particular champions might have a mechanic that you have to account for. Whisper takes extra turns. Gentoro has to be speed tuned a little bit differently because he gets turn meter fill. You know, and that can happen for if you have somebody who has like, the nice thing about the Demitha comps is extra turns are allowed. You could even put somebody in Relentless if you wanted, because Demitha is always going to go at the bottom of the turn order and she's going to put up that unkillable. So the reason you don't typically want extra turns is because extra turns will outrun the buffs that keep the champions alive, but not in the Demitha 3-to-1s because she's always last. So you can always run an extra. You can always run somebody in Relentless. You can always run somebody in with an extra turn mechanic. So if we start with the Force champions, let's just include everybody, and we'll do legendaries and epics. Force. I mean, we know you have Geo, so he's already built. The question is, do you want to slow him down? And if you're willing to slow him down because this is just a great solution, then yeah, you could try him. I think he would be a really good option. One of the nice things actually is you do have Miss Rider Dathi, who is a fantastic damage dealer and gets tons of extra turns. So he would also be an option. He brings a decreased defense. You don't get a weaken here. You already have a decreased defense from Deacon Armstrong. So chances are, like, without the weaken, Geo probably edges Dathi even with the extra turn mechanics. But if you didn't want to slow Geo down, he would. It's Dathi, I think, actually. I always say Dathi, but I think it's Dathi. Dathi's actually an option to consider. Farkon Isbel is interesting. Bombs are interesting. She does have a weaken. She's got bombs. She does extra damage. Her bombs do extra damage to bosses. So this is an interesting force affinity damage dealer. And then you have Rathalos. Rathalos is the other consideration. The downside to Rathalos in this particular case is that you have no HP burn to activate him with. He doesn't get his passive. But based on your account, those look like the 4 options. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm missing somebody. But those look like the 4 best options. And since Geo is already 6-starred and fully built, I would try Rathalos and Geo first. Those would be my first choices. Pick which one you're willing to slow down. You know, which one are you willing to run at 155 speed or whatever it is that you need to run them at? And again, remember, you can pull Geo out of the speed lead if you want to get a little bit more speed onto him, but you're going to have to slow somebody down. So, all right. Now let's look at your other damage dealer. So we want a Spirit Affinity damage dealer. You've got Newt. Newt would absolutely be the first one to try. And, you know, if you didn't want to slow Newt down, I would do Fane. You also have Farrakhan, who's a very good option. He brings an HP burn. He brings some poisons. He brings a increased crit rate, increased crit damage buff for everybody. But as a solo damage dealer, he's not as strong as Fane. Right? If he's the only real damage dealer, like you're getting ally attacks, and the only thing that's really bringing for you is the War Master procs. And I'm not sure if those extra War Master procs on his cycle would actually out damage the weaken with the poisons, right? Because she brings a weaken and poisons, and then she hits. So if you're going to build Farrakhan for other content, you could do that. You also have Annex here, who's got 1 more star. He's actually got a 4th star for a blessing, and that is not insignificant because the 4th star gives you crit damage. So you would get 23 or 30% extra crit damage over the Fane here. So that's a consideration. He does bring a weaken. He doesn't bring the decreased attack. That's the only thing he doesn't bring that she brings. So you don't even care about that because you're in an unkillable comp. So Annex I think Fane is the better overall champion outside of an unkillable comp. But inside an unkillable comp, they're almost identical. They basically do the exact same damage. So I think Fane and Annex are 2 really good options. Farrakhan the Fat, certainly an option. But Newt would be the first one I would try unless you don't want to slow him down. If you don't want to slow him down, then that's fine. And if you want to keep him nice and fast for other content, put somebody else in the team. By the way, if I don't know, maybe somebody in the chat can actually answer this. Is Newt better in Savage for Clan Boss, or is he better in Relentless? I'm not sure which one of the 2 he's better in. So NX has way higher multipliers, Peckham, but that's not how damage works. It's not just multipliers. It's not just multipliers. You got to look at the whole thing. So I'll show you. This is actually really important. I'm glad you brought it up. NX has higher multipliers and yet doesn't do more damage. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. They do almost identical damage. So where is he? He's Knight's Revenant, right? No, he's not Knight's Revenant. Where is he? The Undead? Okay. All right, so let's look. First of all, base attack 1542. All right, base attack is 1542. This is 6 stars. Okay. Now, he's got higher multipliers. They are higher than Fane. But if you look at his books, right? 15% damage on the books, 10% damage on the books, 10% damage on the books. That's also a multiplier. So he's getting 15, 10, and 10. And remember, he's starting with 1542 attack. Now let's go over to Fane. 1663 attack versus 1542. So she has, what's that, about 7 or 8% additional attack to start with. So if everything else were the same, she'd be doing 7 or 8% extra damage, right? And then when you're adding in the gear multipliers, she's going to have a decently higher attack number, but her multipliers are lower. But now let's look at her books. 25% damage on the books versus 15 for Annex. He had 10 here, she gets 20. He had 10 here, she gets 10. But this one's the big one. She's getting 20% damage there where he's only getting 10. She's getting 25% here instead of 15. So that counteracts the higher multipliers for Annex because she gets more multipliers from her books. So when she's booked out and with the higher attack, base attack, if you do the full equation out, they come out almost identical. They're within about 1 or 2% damage of each other. So I did a whole video on how to like calculate the damage. It's a really old video. I did it like 6 months ago on how to calculate damage. And one of the biggest mistakes I think is looking at multipliers and thinking that multipliers just lead to more damage. Multipliers are one out of several factors, and you have to consider multipliers. And better multipliers gives you a better chance to do better damage, but so does better base attack. You know, it's like, and you can do the same thing with other damage dealers. Like if you look at Genbo, one of the reasons that for a long time people didn't think Genbo hit that hard, despite like experimental evidence, is the fact that his multipliers, by the way, are pretty pedestrian. He's got a 4.0 multiplier and a 4.1 multiplier or something like that. But his base attack is 1409. And his multipliers are 4. You know, and you're like, that's not, why would he hit hard? Why would he hit hard? You know, it's like, but when you look at, you know, his damage, first of all, he gets 20% damage. Some champions only get 10 or 15, like we saw. You know, he gets 20% damage on his A1. So 20% damage versus 10% damage, that's a significant, you know, that's a significant bump. And then, of course, you've got the 30% multiplier on the crit damage. And what people don't realize, and I did not realize for a long time, I didn't realize this for a year after I ran Genbo, was this 30% multiplier is just a straight up 30% multiplier. It doesn't add to your crit damage. So it wouldn't turn this 60 into 90. What it would do is take all my damage and multiply it by 30%. That's how the increased crit damage buff works. I don't know why it works that way. It shouldn't. It doesn't make sense, but that's how it works. And I didn't believe it. And then I went out and experimented with it and I found out it was true. And even saying it now, I'm like, I want to rerun the experiment, but that's how it works. That's how it works. So, you know, he only needs to build 70% crit rate. So. Yeah, Darren, there's also that. So if you ignore defense, so talk about, you know, we were talking about Whisper earlier. So when you look at her, like her base attack isn't super high either. Think about Fane was running over 1650, I think, right? 1650 versus 1440. You would think, okay, Fane's going to hit a lot harder, right? But the multipliers here for Whisper are okay. They're not great. They're kind of like Genbo's. They're, I think, in the low 4s. I think her highest one is like a 4.4, maybe, I want to say. But then you look at this and it's like, okay, where is it? Will ignore defense if the target is under a weakened debuff. That's 100% ignore defense. 100% ignore defense if the target is under a weakened debuff. So that just that's a huge multiplier that's really hard to account for when you're doing the equation, unless you know how defense actually mitigates the damage at like you need to know each point on the curve. And we've, like the community, when I say we, has speculated about that, but nobody actually knows the exact equation. At least I don't think anybody does, although you can go to Hell Hades. I think Hell Hades' site has a calculator for it. But it's an estimation. But it's like just hard for a regular player to look at that and know how much damage that's going to do. So the best way to figure that out is to experiment. You know, just to experiment with the composition and the champion and see. And that's the nice thing about the community. The community has actually looked at this champion and gone, holy cow, that ignore defense is huge. She hits massively hard. Plus, she's also got this extra turn mechanic. And so now she's getting back around to this hit, not on a 3-turn cooldown, but realistically on a 2-turn cooldown, right? Because you get the extra turn here. It's conditional, but it's easy. It's an easy condition to reach. So now this is on a 4-turn cooldown, so you don't get to a 2-turn cooldown every time. You actually have to do it twice, you know, so you get like 1 free cooldown every 2 rotations. But that's why she's so good. Plus she's Void Affinity, so she never weak hits. Yeah, MZ, good to see you, by the way. Yeah, you can put Whisper in Relentless. She has extra turns, and then her extra turns can get extra turns. There is a diminishing return on this. This is something you can use for Seeker. Seeker used to be broken back in the day because there wasn't diminishing returns on Relentless. And so he could pop off for like 6, 7, 8 turns in a row, which was really, I used to do that. Yeah, I miss it. So now it like you might get 3 turns or 4 turns in a row sometimes on Seeker. But getting past that point, getting to 5 or 6 is really rare now. Whereas it used to be fairly frequently, like every day, it would happen 2 or 3 times. I'd get to 6 consecutive attacks on Seeker. But this is where Relentless comes in. Anybody who has an extra turn mechanic is even more valuable in Relentless because their extra turns can grant extra turns at a diminishing rate. Okay. So that's what I would suggest in terms of the yeah. Will Deacon, sorry, there's a question here. Will Deacon still get the reflect damage as he won't be taking any damage? Do you mean Geomancer? Not Deacon? Yeah, so here's something. This is a good question. People bring this question up all the time. If you put Geomancer into a block damage team, does that mean that he won't activate his passive because it says, you know, he deflects 30% of the damage and he's not taking any damage because it's a block damage comp? But here's the thing. He does in fact deflect damage. He deflects 0 damage, but that still is calculated as a hit. Okay. And here it says when deflecting damage on each enemy hit has a 30% chance of dealing additional damage equal to 3% of the target's max HP. So it doesn't even matter if his is calculated as a hit, really. Anytime he's attacked, he has a 30% chance of dealing additional damage equal to 3% of the target's max HP. It doesn't matter if he does damage or not. Right? It's like he's deflecting the 0 damage on the enemy hit, and therefore he has a 30% chance of doing this passive. So it doesn't matter if it's a block damage buff or not. He won't do the other damage. So the other damage is he deflects 30% of the damage instead. Like he's not deflecting 30% of the damage back because 30% of 0 is 0. But he's still getting the extra proc on the max HP. So that's a good question. And it does affect, you know, the way you might look at it. But yes, you can use Geo in a block damage comp. Yeah, you might have to reconsider, but you've got really good options here. So I think the big question is, are you willing to slow Geo down? Because if you're willing to slow Geo down, he's really a great solution for this. But, you know, we were just having that argument about he's valuable in a lot of content. And at the speed that you're going to run him in this composition, he's not going to be as valuable in other content. There is the 3-to-1 ratio team. You could speed him up and put him in that composition. Now, that's not going to necessarily increase his damage in Clan Boss a lot, but it's going to make him much more usable in other areas. So if you want to run Geo at like 255 or something, which is a pretty good speed for him, then I would suggest doing the ultimate Myth Air comp and having him as your damage dealer. The other option is if you don't care about slowing Rathalos down, slow Rathalos down. Or if you want to, you know, get away from Rathalos and Geo, try Firegun Isbel. She might be really good. I don't know anybody that's run that. I don't think. I maybe heard about one person who did a long time ago. But, you know, she could potentially do well. By the way, her A1 has a 25% chance of placing a bomb debuff on a random enemy for 1 turn. Instantly detonates the bomb debuff placed on that random enemy. So her A1 can like land a bomb and fire it. So if you do go with this, I would highly recommend getting revenge accessories on her. You want that extra chance of counterattacks. I wouldn't necessarily run her down the defense tree for the extra counterattacks, although you could try it. I would probably run her offense and support, but counterattacks are going to lead to more bombs. More bombs is going to lead to more damage. Is there a Brogni here? Yeah, you could do a Brogni. You got a Brimstone. So Brogni is another option as a magic. See, the thing is, you don't really need a magic affinity damage dealer. Right? Like, you would rather run Geo into magic and into spirit, because you have to run a force affinity damage dealer into spirit, and Brogni would be the most valuable against spirit. But you could run him into magic. I guess no, you wouldn't run him into magic. You would run him into force. Yeah, you're not going to build Brogni for this, unfortunately. I don't think. Now Brogni is a great damage dealer and a great support. He's like a mix of both, and you can use him in other compositions. Certainly. But not in this, not in the Myth Air. I don't think he fits the Myth Air. I think your most best damage. I think your most best damage is likely to be the 3-1 Geomancer and the 3-1 Newt. If you can build both of these champions at 255, these are your 2 damage dealers. I don't think anybody else on the roster really comes into play. But if you can't make that build, or you don't want to make that build for a reason, now you have all these other options. But I think the simple answer is Newt and Geomancer. So unless Newt is speed tuned for something, or you can't reach the speeds, I think a 3-1 Newt would absolutely crush. It would absolutely crush. And then I think Geomancer is the other answer. Okay. Brogni does have a cleanse. That's true. But in this particular comp, you still can't build like, he can't replace anybody but the damage dealer. Because Eris has an increased speed. All right. All right, so now let's talk about an accessory cleanse. I never do accessory cleanses. We have a request for an accessory cleanse. So accessory cleanses are actually fairly simple. Most of the time, they're fairly simple. Let me make sure I've got my... Newt isn't speed tuned for anything. Yeah, so you're going to have to get their speed up. If you want to do the Myth Air with the 3-1 DPS, which is the hardest hitting Myth Air. That is the hardest hitting Myth Air. You want to consider that. By the way, if you're not bringing any poison damage dealers, you might want to fit somebody into a toxic set. That's going to eke out a little bit more damage, especially in a comp where you're getting so many turns. So, if you can get Eris there, like, that's fine. You could get Seeker there. You can get Deacon there. You could even get the Mytha there. Like, anybody in a toxic set is going to increase your damage. Even 2 or 3 champions in toxic sets could increase your damage. You may also want to get all of their blessings into Phantom Touch or, other damage blessings, other ways to get that damage up. So consider that. Use Aothar. I think at 255 speed, or even potentially at 277 or whatever it is, your damage dealers are going to be going plenty fast. Aothar is usable. He's usable. Good poisoner. Okay, so yeah, let's look at accessories. So this is how I do my accessory cleanse. The very first thing I do is I do amulets. I always do amulets before rings or banners. And the first thing I do for amulets is I look for attack amulets. Okay. Now, for every damage dealer, except for bomb champion, attack is the worst of the two damage amulets. You would rather have crit damage on everybody else, even your poisoners, even your HP burners. You'd rather have crit damage on those champions. You're probably going to be running 100% crit rate if you can to get the maximum out of your damage. If you're running a poisoner with like 40% crit rate, okay, then maybe it's not that critical. But typically, like for a clan boss damage dealer or something, you're going to want to run that, or you're going to run your poisoner in like an HP or a defense amulet. So I look for attack amulets first. And then I want to think about, is there a bomb champion in this faction that I might use? And in most factions, there are not. Out of the 15 factions, there are probably like 5 usable bomb champions. I think Nishak's clearly the best bomb champion in the game, but you have Lord Shazar, who's very good. You have a couple in the Demon Spawn faction. We've got Firegun Isbo we were just talking about. So there are bomb champions that you'll want an amulet for. But here's the thing. If they're a bomb champion, they're a debuff champion, and you need accuracy. And you probably only going to need 1 or 2 of these amulets ever in that faction. So this is easily the quickest thing you can just sell. It doesn't matter if it's legendary. It doesn't matter if it's 6-star. It doesn't matter if it's mythical. This is an easy sell. But if you do have a bomb champion, like here in the Dwarves, we know we have a bomb champion. We're looking for accuracy as a substat. The other substats don't matter as much, but we're looking for accuracy as a substat. So this mythical dwarven amulet would be for Firegun Isbel. Except we probably want to earn a revenge amulet. So here's the other thing. Any special set, Slayer, Stone Skin, Revenge, we can hold on to those because sometimes the counterattacks are more valuable than the extra crit damage, right? Because you could even put this on a support, and let's say the A1 is like a heal or, a slow or a provoke or something. Like you could put this on Islan. You don't even care that the attack is a stat. Like you don't care. You'd rather have a defense, but you really just want that counterattack for the provokes or whatever. I mean, Islan already has built in a counterattack. I know, whatever. I just picked a champion that has an A1 you might want to use. So don't get rid of the specials. But any attack amulet that doesn't have accuracy is gone. And then any attack amulet in a faction that doesn't even have a bomb champion is gone. Okay, so Banner Lords, I can't think of any bomb champions I care about. So let's get rid of this one. Let's sell this one, this one. That one has accuracy, so I'll just leave it for a second. This one also has accuracy. We'll get rid of this one. This mythical, by the way, as good as it is mythical, it didn't land in accuracy, so it doesn't matter. Like, I would rather have the 6 stars. Extra HP is like fine, but it's not special enough. It's not good enough. All right, I'm going to leave this one, but I'm going to get rid of the other ones probably. I will leave that one. Get rid of these. Let's check out here. It does have accuracy. 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 Okay, get rid of that one. Accuracy. That landed in resistance. So that if you're trying for a resistance build, this might be usable on somebody if resistance is the key stat. So I'm not going to get rid of that one. Five stars I'm going to get rid of. Again, you don't need 6. Even if you're like, well, I could roll them up and see if they miss. If they miss the accuracy, then maybe I want the 5 stars. Probably not. Right? You're just going to go get another 6-star amulet and find one with accuracy that you land on. So the 5 stars don't matter. Plus where you are in your account at level 88, like this is not. So like I'm looking here, like all of these are probably gone. Like if this is accuracy, accuracy, and accuracy, then those are not, those 3 are way more than enough. And again, I'm doing each of these on the assumption that maybe someday a bomb champion will land in this faction that matters. Or maybe you have a bomb champion that you like in this faction that matters. But realistically, I would sell almost every single one of these. So you can always make that call later on if you want to do that. So let's check this one. Accuracy, good. No. They get rid of those. You know, they could introduce other bomb champions. Don't need the 5 stars. That's another resistance. That's an accuracy, so we might hold on to that because potentially that could roll better than the 6 stars. All right, anyway, so, you know, that's a good way. You picked up almost 3 million here. You can finish that off at some point if you want. You can make a decision about the other. So I always start there. And because my bomb champions that I'm running already have... Oh, there's Gaius the Gleeful. He's really good, by the way. So if you have Gaius, I don't know. But anyway, so if you already have your bomb champions built, by the way, it's just literally a full cleanse. I literally sell everything except like the Slayer pieces. Do you know what I mean? I'll literally do sell, select all, and then I'll go and manually just select the 5 I want to keep. So that's how I do amulets. And I always do those first. Now, since I'm on amulets, I'm going to come here to, I'm going to deselect attack. And now I'm looking at all of them. And I'm going to select rank and rarity. And I'm going to do the low ones first. Are there any 1, 2, 3s, or 4s? No, there aren't. And so now I'm going to look for 5s. And I'm going to look, depending on where I am, I'm going to look for anything that's not legendary. Now, if it's in a special faction or a special set, I'll keep it if it's a rare. But like this one can go. It's a 5-star rare. You know, I don't care about that. I'll look at the 5-star epics as well. I'll see if they have really good stats. Anything that's rolled up, I typically leave. Just because I can always throw that on a faction crypt champion. So this is HP with accuracy. That fits. That works. The other substats aren't great. They're attack based. But maybe you have an HP based nuker who needs accuracy for something. I don't know. That could work. Maybe. That's not even great. I might throw that out. Crit damage with accuracy. So that's solid. Yeah, I'll probably get rid of that 5-star. So sell 2 more of those. If I want, what I can do is I can also look at the 5-star legendaries and see if they have good stats rolled the way I want. So for instance, like if I look at this one, I'm like, okay, it's HP, accuracy, defense, resist. This is perfect. Look at this one. That's really good. Crit damage with accuracy, good. And if you want to do a gear cleanse during an artifact enhancement event, you would just roll this up. See if it lands, you know, like especially this one, these two. Roll these up the first chance you get. So you just say, if I'm in HP, I don't want this crit damage roll. I probably like flat defense is not great. I want accuracy and resistance here. Preferably one or the other, not both. Okay, so now I'm going for resistance. I want this to be a resistance amulet. Let's see where it lands the second time. All right, now accuracy. Now, this is not bad. But now I'm looking for either a 3-1 or a 2-2. That's the only way I keep this. If this lands in defense or crit damage, I'm probably selling it because it's not going to give me enough of either. And it's a 5-star. If this were a 6-star, I would hold on to it simply because the stats are going to be higher, right? Even the rolls are going to be higher. So I really want a 2-2 or I want a 3-1 in either direction. So that's a sell. Because even, I guess technically if I landed like 2 into accuracy or 2 into resistance, like maybe I don't need the extra stat. I really wanted a 3-1 here though. And for where you are in the game, this is probably a sell. You know, and you might be like, is that really a sell? Like, yeah, it is. And if you're not sure, here's what you do. Just turn on your 6 stars and take off your legendaries. Right? And then you can look at, oh, that's where this is in the overall ranking. It's all the way down here. Look at how many 6 stars you have in front of it. You know, so this is not a critical piece. Like you're going to have other options. So you can go ahead and sell this really without any guilt, without any fear that you're going to screw something up. You know, but if you wanted to, if you like to be really cautious, go and roll up all the other ones simultaneously during the artifact enhancement event. that also fit that bill where you're like, okay, this could potentially be good if it rolls this way. You know? Now here's the thing about crit damage. Like crit damage is generally just good because it's 6-star crit damage. That's going to give you the most crit damage. So it almost doesn't matter what the substats are. Right? You can just have a crit damage with anything and it would probably be good. But defensive based, attack based, and HP based main stat amulets need to roll into the right substat in order to be valuable to their full extent. You don't care about the main stat that much. The main stat is actually like the supplemental stat. So when you're rolling this defense, either resistance or accuracy is actually the main stat that you want. You're trying to stack resistance or you're trying to stack accuracy. You're not trying to stack defense in most cases, right? Like if that's true, then it doesn't matter what the substat is. And then you can just roll any defensive amulet, right? But typically, if you're going for a tank or a reviver or a cleanser, you want defense and resistance. If you're going for a debuffer, you're going for defense and accuracy, right? So it's actually the resistance or the accuracy that in most cases are the primary stat. The crit damage as a substat is never the primary stat. It should be a crit damage main stat because you're always going to get more out of that. So the crit damage here is throwaway. Likewise, the attack, right? This is actually, if this rolls into attack or crit damage, at least more than once. Like if I land 2 rolls into accuracy and then I hit attack or something, like I'm not too fussed about it. But this really, you want a triple roll into accuracy, a triple roll into resistance. That's where you're trying to get your gear eventually. A double roll would be useful probably for a while, and then eventually you'd want to replace them. You know, maybe, depending on where you use the champion. Okay, so now that we're done with amulets, let's go to rings. Rings are probably the simplest to actually cleanse. The simplest way to think of this is that all attack-based rings, right, need attack percentage. This is the one piece where you can have, not the one piece, I guess, but this is, in terms of the accessories, this is the place where like you can get the attack percentage with the attack main stat and have that work really well. I don't think you can get the flat stat in the flat stat. Can you get the flat stat in the flat stat? Forget. I don't think you can. Yeah, I'm not seeing it anywhere. That doesn't mean it can't have it, but I don't think it can. So in this particular case, you have an attack ring with HP defense percentage and HP percentage. Now, this is a good secondary ring because it has 2 percentage rolls. So you might put this on an attack-based damage dealer that you want a little bit tankier. You need a little bit more HP or a little bit more defense. This might go on like a Cold Heart, right? Where the attack stat isn't super valuable because you're really doing max HP nuking, but you want a little bit more survivability. So this would be okay. But typically, if you're going to do that, you'd either go with a ring like this where you want to roll into that attack percentage, or you would go, let's see. Well, these are all attack. Oh, they're all attack rings because I made them all attack rings. Yeah. So if you wanted more survivability on a nuker, you would actually probably go for an HP based ring that has HP percentage and defense percentage. Maybe even, yeah, like this. This would be, am I in the right spot? I just realized. Okay, so this one. I made myself small, but I'm still kind of in the way. Move myself out. All right, so HP percentage, defense percentage on an HP percentage ring with a flat attack. Now, the nice thing about this, if it's on a nuker, none of the stats are wasted. So if I'm putting this on Cold Heart and I roll into that flat attack, it's not great, but I'm not like, oh, crap, this is a waste, and I throw it out, right? So I could just roll this, and literally anything that I hit is usable. If this were attack percentage, it would be even better. HP percentage, defense percentage, attack percentage. If I have those 3 substats, I don't care what the main stat is, I'm holding onto that ring. And I'm going to roll it up and see where it lands. Because I can always find a use for that. You know, if you triple roll defense percentage on this, oh my God. You know what I mean? That's awesome. If you triple rolled attack percentage on this, that would still be good. It would provide a little bit of extra survivability, but a lot of extra attack to a nuker. You could put that on Rathalos. Like, you don't care if he gets a little extra attack, defense or HP. That's great, right? Rathalos is good to have a little bit extra tankiness on him. So yeah, I would prefer an attack main stat with attack percentage, but the attack percentage is significant. Like, it's much more significant. If I get 18 or 20 or 22% out of an attack percentage substat, the main stat doesn't matter anymore. It's a lot less. Now, on a 6-star ring, the main stat is significant. It's not nothing. It actually rolls up pretty high. Like, if we look here at the 5 stars, like, this is 225 defense. That's not nothing. And this is a 5-star. I forget what the 6-star is. It's like 265 or something. Let's see. 265. So, you know, that's not an inconsiderable little stat addition, especially if you're min-maxing for somewhere like Sand Devil's Necropolis, where every little stat matters. You know, then it's like, okay, I need the extra defense, I need the extra HP, I need the whatever I need. So, but for the most part, when you're doing rings, you know, I just look for those percentage substats. And if I have like 2 or 3 flat stats, like this one is borderline. But this is the one I'm going to roll. If it lands into defense stat first, I'll roll it again. HP, flat HP is probably the second best. If you wanted, you could take this up to 8. It needs to hit defense percentage now. Now, this is a little bit of a trap. We got sort of into a trap. It's not bad. But now I have to roll the third time. I want defense percentage. I missed. So that's gone. But again, during artifact enhancement event, that's a good one to roll. You know, this on the other hand, or no, not that one. Let's see. This one's not great, right? Look, defense main stat, no defense percentage. The only percentage is attack percentage. It doesn't make sense to roll this ring. This is a sell. What did I just do? Yeah, this is just a sell. Because it's like, there's no synergy there. There's no synergy in the stats. So when I come to rings, the first thing I do basically is, again, I do the low, kind of the low ones. I'll sell anything that's not special. So you already did it, looks like. Go up to the epics. Just let's look at the epics. It looks like you sold all of these that aren't special. So you've got 5-star, except for this one and this one. So I might look at these. HP with an HP percentage, then attack percentage and attack. That's not great, but it could work in a pinch. Let's see if it rolls into HP percentage. Flat attack. I'm gonna sell that. Where did that go? That was here. I'm gonna sell that. This one's all right. It's not bad. It should roll percentage. If it rolls flat attack, I'll probably sell it. Yeah, so I'm going to sell that. You could even do it with legendaries if you wanted 5-star legendaries. This is the one where you get caught. 5-star legendary accessories especially are often traps. With these, what I would say is be very, like, have a very high standard of rolls. It's worth rolling in some cases. But again, if you wanted to see where these compare, just look at all the 6-stars that you have. You know, it's like, take away all the 5-star. These are all the 6-star pieces you have. You've already got dozens of pieces you're not using. And what this is basically tells you is that, like, you know, a 5-star legendary ring really has to roll the right way to even be considered. So this is a great place to look for anytime you have an artifact enhancement event, or you need to do an accessory cleanse, or you want some spare cash. Like, if you just did this, it probably wouldn't feel that bad. Right? Again, I would go through and make sure you don't accidentally, like, throw out a special ring, you know, like from a special set, but it doesn't look like you have any here. But like you could do this and get yourself 6 million silver and probably never miss a single piece here. Right? But if you don't feel comfortable doing that, this is the place to come during an artifact enhancement event. You know, if you have a bunch of silver, you got a ton of silver, you got 111 million silver or something. So like this is the place to come and go ahead and like, all right, we think HP, base that can go on an attack percentage or defensive percentage. All the stats here are good. We don't have HP percentage substat, so it's not going to be an HP ring really. It's just going to be an attack ring or defense ring, depending on, what champion we're going to throw it on. It's okay. It's borderline. It's also entirely okay to sell this without rolling. So I might roll this to 8. First of all, let's just see if it lands in a percentage. It didn't, flat. So now I'm definitely selling it. I'm just selling it. I don't want to get trapped by that particular piece. So this piece is gone. But let's say it landed in a percentage. I would roll it again, see if I hit the same percentage. And then maybe it's worth something. But so this is a place where you can really, rings, you get more rings than the other accessories because they have a higher drop rate. And you can just go ahead and sell as many as you want. Because you got all of these 6-star rings. All of these 6-star rings. And generally, when you think about it, like, not only is the main stat better, but the percentages roll better. Like, this is a 7%, just a flat roll, 7% defense. Whereas if you look at your 5-star rings, you got a 5% roll here. And then each roll, in addition to that, it's got a chance of being larger. So it's like, even a rare 6-star can often give you more in the area of the percentage than you would get otherwise. The nice thing about this, like, think if this were a legendary, what's your chance of landing at least a double roll into the HP? It's like here, it's actually a 50-50 roll on the first one, right? And a 50-50 roll on the second one. So 25% of the time, if it's truly random, 25% of the time, you're going to get a double roll into the flat HP. Like the cap on the legendary is higher. You could get a quad roll, but your chance of getting a double roll is actually reduced because the first roll is only a 25% chance and the second roll is only a 25% chance. So if you're specifically looking for HP, a rare is almost better. Like, and this rare is actually great. It's a defensive based ring with HP and HP, and you roll this up and you hope you hit 2 HP percentages. And if you don't, you sell it. Beautiful. 18% with flat HP and defense. Now, the best next roll would be defense percentage. And the best roll after that, attack percentage, right? Because those are the only stats you can get. You can't get flat defense on this. So, a defensive ring should be defensive main stat, HP, defense percentage, and then attack percentage. The attack might not mean anything depending on the champion you put it on, but this is literally, like, think about this compared to the 5-star legendary. Way, way better. Way better. Because the chances are you're not going to triple roll or quad roll into the 5-star, Okay. So those are rings. Now, let's go to banners. %, I would say, maybe 95%, at least 90% of your banners should have speed as a substat. So if you go through and you see a lot of banners that don't have speed, I would say, first of all, it should be a 6-star. And second of all, you need to have the percentage substats that make sense. This one actually does. Right? The only way to make this one better would be instead of the attack percentage, have flat HP. No, you can't. Never mind. It's flat HP, is it? So this is the best. This is literally the best outcome for this. This is as good as this will get without speed on it. So if you have something that doesn't have speed, first of all, you should probably not have any 5-star banners at this point that don't have speed. So like this can go, I know it's resistance, so maybe we'll leave it for a second. We'll see if you have any other resistance. This one has speed and resistance, so this one can go. Otherwise, you'd want a 6-star resistance that doesn't have speed. Here you go. So you have that. So that's better than this anyway. Because if you're rolling up a resistance banner, you're rolling it up for the resistance. And if you don't want the speed, fine. Now, this could potentially roll up to 16 and land in speed and screw you if you're trying to avoid speed. But if you're trying to run someone really slow and really resistant, sometimes you do that. This is the better banner than this. So I'll get rid of that. But I would say, unless it's I don't think you ever want an accuracy. Like, I don't think you ever want an attack banner without speed. Because typically, if you're trying to drop speed off of a damage dealer, you're going to take them out of speed boots. You're going to put them in like attack percentage boots. You might avoid speed substats in your other stuff. But in most cases, what you want to do is you want to get them as fast as possible without speed boots. That's the more likely scenario. So there's a resistance. This HP without speed is not really likely. This HP without speed. This has HP percentage. This has HP percentage with attack. Those are really marginal. I would probably get rid of those. This one is gone. This one doesn't make any sense, right? It's an attack-based main stat with no attack substat and no speed. I can't envision anybody I would put that on. I would much rather, like, if I want the attack stat, I want much more. If I want the survivability, I want a different main stat. So this doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense to keep, I'm saying. Okay. Now, one of the things that you want to do with all of these pieces is, as they're coming in, think about whether or not you want to keep them and sell them at the point of entry, right? Don't let them into your not roster, storage, whatever. Don't let them fill up your vault. Don't let them be here, right? Because it's much trickier to get rid of them once they make it in. Because now it takes more time and effort to sort them all, and like they all look the same. And it's like, it would be really nice if the main stat was like written on these things, you know, so you didn't like, it's great to have a filter, but this should just have like an H. This should have, you know, this should have an R, like HP, resistance. Like that way you could just look at a glance, see how many of them that you had. That would be really nice rather than have to filter every time. But yeah, you can do this. Now, if you use RSL Helper to sell gear, what I would say is go to 5 stars, get rid of everything that doesn't have speed. Unless you want very specifically an accuracy banner or a resistance banner, probably, that doesn't have speed. I could see, like, if you were running a UDK, you could maybe, I mean, you'd probably run a resistance banner if you're running a slow UDK, but you could run defense, you could run HP. You could not care about resist because you probably have stone skin, so you could run accuracy. Yeah, so that's what I would do for this. Banners are trickier because you have to really look at every single one of them. But another thing you could do is just, again, go to the 5 stars, you know, look at your rares. Probably at this point, yep, you only have specials. Look at your epics. You basically only have specials. So look at anything that's not special. Resistance without speed, 5 stars, probably not. Sell that. Knights Revenant. Defense with speed. That's okay. That's okay. I would probably roll this. See if I landed speed. If I don't land speed, I don't care. Would a double roll in speed on this banner be enough? No, it wouldn't. It would have to be a triple roll speed for me to care. So that's gone. Banner Lords, same thing. It's got speed. Okay. Let's roll it. It's got to land speed first time. HP percentage is decent. But again, double roll into speed here is maybe it might give me like 14 speed, 13, 14 speed. Could give me 15, maybe 16. Not enough to make a difference when I've got all those 6 stars sitting out there that have speed on them. By the way, you could also do this with all of your revenge banners. I do think revenge banners are easy enough to get that you don't want to necessarily just hold on to 100% of your revenge accessories. Go ahead and burn these when you need to burn them. Like, if they don't work, Like, here's the same thing. Like, I need at least a double roll into speed probably for this to make sense. That's one. So if I miss now, it's okay. I'll roll the third time. HP is fine. Let's go double roll speed. This is not bad. This is not awful. This could potentially be usable somewhere. But it's borderline. It's really borderline. And the reason to hold on to it is because you don't, let's go look at the 6 stars. Let's see if you have, so you don't have another revenge banner. So I'm gonna keep it. I'm not gonna sell that. It rolled well enough for me to definitely, like, as my only one, I'm gonna keep it. I might even if it was worse than this, if it's my only revenge banner, I might keep it. For things like Slayer, it doesn't matter if they're trash or not. Sometimes you just need the bonus, the set bonus. You just need the 9th piece or the 8th piece or whatever. So I would never even throw these out unless I had like 10 of them, This one's gone. This one, at least, I'd probably want at least a double roll speed. Yeah, I missed the attack percentage too. And this is already low at 4. So even rolling this, I might still throw it out. So I think both of those banners are gone. That's about it, I think. So again, just like rings, I think the 5-star legendary banners are where you need to roll to investigate. You are holding on to a lot of these banners, and there is a chance for these banners to be usable. I use 5-star banners that have like triple rolls and quadruple rolls all the way to endgame. So they will be valuable, but they need those rolls. And so just holding them for like speculation, like maybe in the future I'll find a champion that I could use this for. Don't do that. Do it the other way around. Roll these out, and if they don't hit, sell them, right? And know specifically that like what you want to roll before you actually roll. Don't just roll and be like, well, let's see if it triple rolls. That's not a good call, right? You want to say, oh, let's see if it triple rolls into X or Y or Z. So on this one, this is either a piece I'm using specifically for speed, or it's a piece I'm using for survivability and the speed is like a nice bonus. So if I roll into the flat attack on the first roll, I'm probably just going to sell it. I could hit any of the other rolls and be okay with it. All right, but now it has defined itself as a defensive-based banner. It's defense main stat. It's defense substat. So a single roll into HP percentage wouldn't make me throw this out, but I really want to see like 2 or 3 rolls into defense, 4 rolls into defense. And the extra rolls need to be between speed and HP. If like my 4th roll goes into flat attack, that's not bad. But again, it becomes less useful the more the rolls are spread around. So let's see what happens next. So now I'm tempted to just throw it out. Right? Now you're like, well, you have 2 more rolls. Yeah, but each next substat is more expensive. Right? It is 5 stars. Taking it up to 12 it could be cheap. It could be like 70K if I get lucky. Let's do this once just to show you. 113K. I did roll into defense. Now I'm trapped. Now I'm stuck with this. Now I need to take it to 16. Damn it. This is literally the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario came out. So when we were at that first flat attack roll, and I said, this is where I'd probably sell it. This is exactly why. Because you have an opportunity on the 3rd roll to start thinking, oh, this could be a good piece again. And then you get to the 4th roll and you just threw away $1.5 million silver. I mean, that was a lot of silver, right? We were up over 111. Now we're down at 1.9. So this was, for illustration purposes, is this entirely unusable? No, but this is at best probably like a Faction Wars, maybe like a Faction War Reviver banner. But it's like a Faction Wars support banner. That's the best this is. Anybody who really needs defense, I'm going to need more defense than this. And anybody who really needs speed, I'm going to need more speed than this. Remember that, your banner, when you go to 6 stars, gives you a lot more flat defense as well. So this gives me 338. on defense. But if I go up to a 6-star, let's see, 6-star defense. So it was 338, but this goes up to 398. So it's an additional 60 defense there. So that's significant when you're trying to min-max up those really, really high numbers. When you're trying to get to like 5K, 6K defense, every little bit counts. So. Yeah, as far as reworking is concerned, you don't want to rework unless you've got a triple roll or better. Absolutely. Triple rolls are worth a rework. Quad rolls are definitely worth a rework if they're the bad quad roll. There's nothing more disappointing than a quad roll that reworks into awful stats, but it is your best shot. It's your best shot. Yeah. So. All right. You're happy for me to delete as much as I want. I'm sure. I think to some extent people ask me for gear cleanses because it alleviates the burden of making the decision. But I actually feel like, when I do my gear cleanse takeovers, it's more about like getting the person informed about how to do a cleanse. And the people who are watching. So, all right, that's it for this one. So we got a clan boss composition considering, you've got Rathalos and Geo as your Force Affinity options. Figure out who you either want to run slow, or if you can get to that 3-1 Myth Air team, that's what I would suggest, because that would allow you to build your DPS really fast and use them in other places. And then for your Spirit Affinity, I would probably build Newt, but again, only if you're going at that 3-1. If you're going to slow them down, I suggest Feign or Annex. Either one of those would be good. Maybe Annex, because I think your Annex has an extra star of blessing. Let me see. I'm pretty sure that's what we saw, right? Feign has a 3-star blessing. Annex has a 4-star blessing. Yeah, you've got a 4-star blessing. So I'd probably go with him. Although she's already built, so it might be easier to, I don't know. Depends. But he's probably better with the extra crit damage. And then think about your toxic sets. And as far as, the accessory cleanses are concerned, work your way through those 5-star legendaries. You're probably going to want to ditch 80% of those, whether it's rings, amulets, or banners, doesn't matter. But otherwise, you seem to be doing a good job managing your accessory. Any questions before we call it? Chef? You got a different name in Discord, so I wanted to make sure I was calling you the right name. Yeah, Freaky, they should give you more space. You are very welcome. I'm glad you found it helpful. I hope some other people did too. And I'm going to pick up some more mystery shards before I leave because I can't help myself. Can't stop it. All right. All right, so everybody, we are going to start. We're going to reset the wheel, and we're going to start getting ready for our second takeover. I want to say thank you to Chef for letting me tool around on your account. As I mentioned frequently, I think it's an expression of trust to hand over your hard-earned champions and builds and accessories to somebody else and ask them to do anything. So you are very welcome. Okay, son, are you there? I don't see son. There he is.
You.
Yo. Can we bring you on screen for a second?
We can. I'll just turn stuff on.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Thanks, Shaggy Flop. I'm just gonna call you Shaggy Flop from now on. I'm sorry, I shouldn't. Shaggy free to play. Yeah, Hammerhawk, I think no matter how much space they give you, you would just fill it up because doing a gear cleanse always sucks, and then gear cleanses would be even more intimidating. But I am actually at the point with my account where, like on my main account, where I don't have any accessories that aren't 6 stars, epics, or legendaries. Unless it's a special one, like a Slayer or something piece. And like even if I roll them, like I just don't have the silver. I don't have this 6-star accessories are so expensive to roll. So I end up rolling, a few pieces a week, but I collect like 50 pieces a week. And so my mailbox has, 380 out of 400 spots filled. And it's just such a giant pain in the butt. So I almost feel like the real solution isn't to give us more inventory space. It's to give us more silver. If they gave me more silver, I could roll up more pieces and I could clear out more inventory. Without the silver, it's almost impossible. All right, let's get Sun on the stream here.
What's up? What am I doing? Is me.
Yeah, let's see. Nope, that's not what I'm trying to do. Why is that's weird? Oh, that's why. Oh, I'm having that glitch where it's not recognizing your window again. There we go. Oh my gosh, he's giant. He's ginormous. All right, man. So I'm bringing you on because I have to take a little bathroom break, and stretch and get a refill on my drink. So you can entertain the people for a minute, you and Bandit, and then I'll be back in 5. And then we can go ahead and you can spin the wheel whenever you're ready. So.
Oh, I've got the power.
Got the power.
Oh man. I was left out of my cupboard under the stairs long enough. Just long enough to entertain the people. How's it going, everybody? How y'all doing? Our new jester. Spin to win. 5 minutes of dog petting, please. Bandit would enjoy that, right, Bandit? No? Okay. You don't have to. Overthrow the geo hater, right? That's what I'm saying. Why can't we get some geo love out here? We got to preach the gospel of the geo. We got to let the people know there is but one true geo. Put my 2 weeks notice. If you ever pull a geo, you get up on that soapbox with me. I appreciate that. It's honestly, if Cole, maybe one day Cole will pull a geo, and even then we won't let it go. All hail geo. Geomancer is the greatest. And I honestly, I haven't put down to win the whole thing. I think he's gonna do it. I don't think Godseeker or Neri can really. She can't make it that much further, right? I mean, she's feeling overrated to me. Nikki, you and I are gonna have to have some words. You only use them for Iron Twins? Geo is the boy king, the god who lived. You can use him anywhere. Clan boss, Hydra. I use him in arena. I mean, live arena mainly, but. Geo versus Godseeker Neri? Yeah, I mean, I almost feel like that's likely, but. I kind of like Deacon better. I would say it would be fair if Deacon won the whole thing too. Don't need him anywhere else. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, and I think you guys are kind of touching on it there, right? It's like once you get to a certain point of the game, you might have other options, but I think the amount of value that you get until you get there is pretty solid. There you go, Darren. You must have a geo to appreciate the geo. Without having a geo, all we see are salty haters. That's it. Yeah, I haven't even gotten into Iron Twins yet. Well, not consistently. Let me see. I'm like stage 9, 10, but I can't get past that yet. The one dwarf king to rule them all. Yeah, I've been told he's really good for Iron Twins. Problem is he's in my clan boss team right now, so I don't really have the option to be doing him for anything else. But that's all right. You know, it's doing work. It's a two key ultra nightmare.
Hello.
Good day. Good day, good sir.
That should be the thumbnail. So, how do we do? Do we pull
I
a new name?
Oh, right. We were supposed to spin the wheel.
Go.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. It's weird. Oh god, I've just now moved all of my capture stuff. That's not great. All right, let's you want to spin the wheel? Is that what we're doing?
I want to tickle the beard.
And they said he was a grown adult. I don't see it.
I don't know who said that. They were lying to you. Moving around. I could have just done that. That would have been easy. Could have just changed scenes. That would have been easy. All right. So, have we pulled a new name?
We're spinning right now. And a thank you to Dinky, who said he liked my T-shirt. I like my T-shirt too, Dinky.
Orphan Maker?
Oh, we've got a wild oarsman as the winner.
Got oars? What? That's crazy. Now, oars won. Didn't you win one?
Before the new year.
You won one like around. You won one the day after Christmas. You won one the day after Christmas, which, by the way, would technically be within 90 days, but we did reset on the New Year's. So congratulations, you won in like 85 days or something. Right, Tonk? I don't know. I don't know about this. No, oars. Congratulations. That's fantastic. Can I swap my takeover with the next one so you can finish your Hydra key? There won't be a third takeover. There won't be a third takeover today. I've basically knocked down the 3 takeover Tuesday down to 2 because I just don't have the hours in the day anymore, so I can't do a 7-hour stream. So realistically, I'm shooting for a 4-hour stream typically these days, but I could do a 5 today. So we're gonna go, about 4.5, 5 today. So if you need 5 minutes to finish your Hydra key, you can finish your Hydra key. If you need more than that, your options are to redo the Hydra key later or to give up the takeover. Okay, he's going to take that 5 minutes. And that means that what I can do, go to my main account for a second. There we go. All right, because this will help me burn. I need to burn a little energy. You can see I'm maxed out on energy now. So I think I still need to do a little bit of Dungeon Divers. So this is my Stage 10 hard mode spider team. It's not my fastest team, but it's the best team for 100%. It's the best team I have for 100% clear rate. So there are faster teams. I could be faster. And Sisia and Artak are usually used, are like the two of the more accessible. You want 2 HP burn activators. And so Sisia and Artak is one of those combos. You could, if you have Sulfurion, he's great. If you have, like, you could probably use, I'm trying to think of what are the other HP burn activators actually? I know Ninja, but he's not an AoE activator. Who are the other? Activate HP. Yeah, but all of these other champions are single target activators. But there's another AoE HP burner besides Sulfurion. Theodore, thank you. Theodore is an AoE HP burn, right? I mean, he has an AoE HP burn activation, but he doesn't actually lay down HP burns. He lays down poisons. But I think there's one. Is there one other? So he increases all of them and then activates them, but he only places poisons. So that's not as good. Like, you could still use them, but that's not as good. I know that it's Sulfurion. I'm saying other than Sulfurion, Artak, and Sisia. Chronum is also single target, just like Ninja is. I think there's one more though. I'm gonna have to look this up because it's bothering me. So let me go to HH. Actually, let me go to a Yumi Love. The Yumi Love might have it already broken down. All right. So I don't know why a Yumi Love's thing is dark. That always annoys me. All right. So we want HP burn. And here are the mythicals. I wonder if actually maybe I should do instant HP burn activation, right? Activate. Huh. It doesn't have it listed. Okay. Forgot about Akoth. Akoth is the other epic AoE HP burner. And he's pretty good. He's pretty good. And you get him from Doom Tower, so everybody can get one. So here's the thing. It's a 20% chance of placing an HP burn, but an additional 20% chance for each alive enemy. So if you have 4 enemies, it's a 100% chance. Those might be the only AoE HP activators. It might just be Sulfurion, Artak, and Sisia. Because looking at this, what about Elder Skarg? I don't know Elder Skarg. I don't know if he has activation. Yeah, I'm gonna go over to Heli. He should have it here, right? Activate HP burn or poisons. That's always. That's a poison. Saoirse, does she have? I think she's single target activations, right? Each hit. Yeah, when attacked. So it's kind of like yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's it. So I guess Theodore is the fourth activator. Taya might activate all of them, actually. She might activate all of them. Has a 100% chance of instantly activate any HP burn debuffs on the target. So it's on the target. It's single and one enemy. Okay, so there are only 4 AoE HP burn activators. So this is where if you're trying to do Spider hard mode 10, you want to have 2 of those 4. For like the best, fastest version. Now, the way mine works is a little bit different because I'm not relying solely on that because I have Artak like in a stun set and, you know, like I don't have the speeds quite right. I'm using them in other content. So basically what happens here is I'll try to slow it down so everybody can see. Okay. So you get the hex out first. That increases the amount of damage that goes out to all of the targets, right? So do that first. Now, this is the throwaway skill here for a moment. We're going to do an ally attack probably. That doesn't do much other than get like a poison out there. And maybe like in this particular case, I don't know if that smite came out first or now. But now what Sissia is going to do. So this is the sort of the interesting thing about this combo. So Sissia is going to place an HP burn on everybody. Now normally she would get an extra turn. But the boss is immune to HP burns. So you can't land the HP burn on the boss. What that means is she will not get the extra turn. On the extra turn, she typically activates her HP burns, but she's not going to activate the HP burns. So we just want her to lay down the HP burn. And you'll see she hit everybody except the boss because she has the accuracy. So unless she gets 3%, it's going to be on every single Spiderling. Now Artak, right? Normally, again, when he opens with his HP burns, but you don't want him to open with his HP burns. You want him to open with his activation. So he's going to activate Sissia's burns. But what's going to happen is when he does this, right? When an HP burn is activated, it destroys his max HP up to 50%. He's going to destroy 50% of his max HP. That's going to give him an additional 100% or 100 speed. So he's now going to pass Sissia. It's really cool. This passive allows him to pass Sissia. So he activates her HP burns. Now we're going to get Newt to go. He's going to put out his, I think he's going to use his weaken here. Oh, no, he used his A3. Okay. Now the boss gets a turn. All right, so now we get Mithrala because she's fast. She'll probably just do poisons, I think. Oh, no, she cleanses. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense because the Newt was whatever. I don't know what happens here. Yeah, okay, block debuff buff. But now Artak has lapped Sissia. He's now faster than Sissia. So he lays down his HP burns on all 10 Spiderlings. Beautiful. And now Sissia activates them. And that should be enough to kill it, right? It should be, but it's not always. And so we're going to come back around to Newt, and Newt's going to finish off the boss. So it's a cool concept. I really like the concept, but clearly I'm not executing it perfectly. Like I get too many wasted turns with Cardiel and Mithrala and Newt. So, you know, ultimately, maybe I might want to switch that so Newt gets his weaken out, and then maybe if he gets his weaken out before Sissia activates, then when Sissia activates, she'll kill everybody, and we'll just stop there. I don't know. We'll have to see. So anyway, that's my Spider 20 team. Okay, let's get to our takeover. All right, we got ores. Go ahead and send me your info, please, ores. Oh. All right. Now we got a code. Tila's nice, ally attacker. Is Tila the ally attacker? No. No. Creola's the ally attacker. I don't know about Achak. I've never built him. I've tried to kind of theory craft a way for that to work, but I just don't understand how he actually works because it doesn't look like his HP burns will ever activate. I mean, like he will ever get that option because it needs to be a champion whose defense is higher than their attack, right, or something like that. It's really weird. Yep, we're in ores. I need to do my own account I need to take over my own account so I can play it. Shock has a Krizia, so he doesn't care about HP burns. Yeah, Shock, that's if you have a Krizia, there's a lot you don't need to care about. So fair enough. Can I build you a 1-key quick battle ultra nightmare team, please? So you want one speed tune, full auto, affinity friendly, 1-key ultra nightmare. Let's take a look. So level 91, let's see the daily logins. In the 270s, you are way far into the game because you have gotten all of the login champions. Let's take a look at the roster. You have an Arbaeus. I'm definitely not an expert with any of the mythical champions. I don't try to build them in any way. So if somebody sees like there might be a speed tune with her for some reason, let me know. Because I'm basically going to factor her out of existence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Looks like 107. 108? 108 6 stars. Very nice. Very nice. 108 6-star champion. A lot of legendaries. I mean, 49 legendary 6 stars. So here's the question. Can we build you a 1-key, full affinity friendly, full auto, quick battle, nightmare, and ultra nightmare 1-key clan boss team? Let's start. You got Helicath, so that's a start. But let's look at your... I mean, obviously there's going to be champions in the vault as well. Let's start by looking at your block damage. All right, so you've got Alsgore. He's not booked. Okay, so we're not going to worry about Alsgore. You have Demitha. She is booked. Are there any champions that I have to worry about? Farrakhan's built for Sand Devil. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Let's look at unkillable champions. You've got double Maneater. You've got Skull Crusher. All right, so there should be a double Maneater speed tune. I prefer the Helicath. I actually prefer the Helicath. Are you using Helicath in anything? Like, does he need to be a particular speed for something? I mean, first of all, you got 5 stars on him, that's insane. Right? But the big thing, the reason I love Helicath is because he's got this weekend on his A1. So your unkillable champion is also bringing another thing that you need. Like, the only other unkillable that really does that is Maneater, right? Because he's bringing you unkillable and a block debuff buff. But unfortunately, because of his cooldown, it's not like viable. This is an A1. So he just, you don't need a weakened damage dealer now. You don't need a weakened debuffer. You can just use him as your weakened champion. So you're locking me out of Helicath. You're saying Helicath can't be used. If Helicath can't be used, then then it gets harder. How about this? What if I can use Helicath without changing his build? Like, if I could not change his speed, like if I can swap around something, if I can not change his speed, can I use him? Okay, but otherwise I can't change his speed. Is there any wiggle room in his speed? Could I change his speed like by 5? Could I speed him up? I can speed him up. Okay. So minimum 264, but if I go faster, it's all right. Well, here's the thing. If I speed tune him and I need to speed tune him at, say, 267, you can't then go and give him an extra 10 speed or whatever you do. You know, like, I forget how much speed you get from this. Full Ascension at 6 stars. I can add 12 speed to it, but only 12 speed. Okay, so here's the thing about Helicath. Helicath is just he's the best at empowering more team compositions, because you don't need another unkillable champion with Helicath. His shield, which is his A2, can be strong enough to make your stun target unkillable in 50 turns. Like, this shield is strong enough to withstand a turn 49 stun, or whatever it would be, turn 48, I guess, stun. So potentially you don't need another unkillable champion. Now, you can still use him with other unkillable champions if you want that pure, like, you know, like alternating block damage thing. You could do that. You want to have him for live arena. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, first I'm going to explore Demitha. I'm going to see what we have available there. And then we're going to explore Helicath, and we're going to see what we have available there if we don't have anything really, really good. So if we're going to go with Demitha, We're going to have to do a full rebuild on Mythic because the slowest I think you can run her in any composition is like 268 or something like that. You need, typically it's in the 280s to like 330s. Like it's that. So we would have to do a full rebuild there. I could try booking Alsgore. I'm not feeling the Alsgore. Like we could look into that, and potentially if we're using 2 champions, then Alsgore might be one of the champions. If we're not building Helicath, then we could potentially build the Alsgore. Is he a 50 right now? I already lost sight of him. He's at 60, but he's unbooked, right? Where is he? There he is. All right. So Alsgore has the same ability that Helicath does, 2 turn block damage for on a 4-turn cooldown. But he can't be used by himself. You would need another unkillable champion or block damage champion. Now, we could potentially use him with the Mytha. And then we don't have to run to Mytha fast. Using him with Maneater is actually possible and might make it a full affinity friendly team. Full auto team. But at that point, I'm just tempted to do the double Maneater. Like, why why book out the Alsgore if you have 2 Maneaters? So it feels like you have 3 options. You have 3 really good options. You have a Helicath anything, but potentially Helicath with a Renegade. Do you have a Renegade? I'm assuming you have a Renegade, but I should check. You have a Renegade. Is she fully booked? She is. I wish she wasn't fully booked. You think the Bat Eater can work? You have another Renegade. Yeah, you're right. I could enter champion the name. I don't normally do that. You have Ninja. Do you care about Ninja at all? Do you care if I use Ninja? Are you using him for Sand Devil? He's in the Sand Devil team. You don't have a Newt. What about Harima? Can I use Harima? Can use Harima. Okay. All right. So you are talking about the. Let's look at the team that you have. Let's look at the team that you have. You're not making it easy on me, man. You're like, no, can't use that champion. Can't use that champion. All right. Let's look at the. So you're using the double Maneater here. And it looks like you're pulling down you're just barely pulling down a 2 key. And you haven't done this one yet. Okay. All right, I'm gonna break out the HH optimizer for a minute, because I have some ideas. But I don't. The restrictions are messing with me a little bit. And so I just want to get some backup here. I want to get another viewpoint. Oh, gotcha. You pull around 40 to 50 million. That getting that team to a 1 key is tough. It's possible. That's not the double man eater that I would run if I were trying to go for a 1 key. I don't think. I don't love bad eater. All right, so we have to exclude Ninja. There's a double man eater comp that I like a lot better. And here's a double block damage. I wonder if Helicath is going around the right speed. He's fast here. 246 is not as fast. You want him faster than that. You don't have your Lydia yet, right? So I didn't see the Lydia. I mean, I could check, I guess. I didn't see her, though. You do have your... Okay. We have that option. She's running very fast. Are you using her for arena as well? This build at the top here is very interesting to me. I really like the idea of this. I'm curious about this because I don't know. I don't know how this works. I mean, the speeds here are relatively intense. Let's check this top one. The speeds here seem to be a little bit more manageable. The second one's incredibly fast. So I could take Razelvarg or Lydia. Okay. I really like the idea of this team. This is a team I might build. I just pulled Skrank. Recently. Skrank hits really hard. And he brings 2 sources of damage. He brings HP burn and he brings just a ton of damage. And he's got a passive that ramps his damage up over time. So in a 3-to-1 comp, I could imagine him doing a ton of damage, and then the HP burns would activate Rathalos. Now, my guess is in this comp, you've got his speed tune Rathalos to use his speed boost at the right moment because Eris is giving an increased speed. He does an increased speed. And as long as you don't mess it up, potentially you can time those together. So he uses everything. Wait, let me see. Yeah, he's using everything. So he is using his speed boost. I really like this. And the reason I like this the most, I think, is because this is an Eris team that actually brings in 2 damage dealers, one of which is Void Affinity, which means that you could potentially run this on all affinities and have it work. So I like the idea of this team a lot. I have not seen this composition before. I haven't even seen this speed tune. I've never seen I don't think I've ever seen an Eris Seeker Demytha speed tune that didn't include another turn meter filler or speed booster. So either like a Deacon Armstrong or a Doom Screech or a High Katoon or something. I've never seen one done like this before. I don't think I have. So I want to throw this into the optimizer. Sorry, not into the optimizer. I want to throw this into the calculator. Let's see if this is actually a speed tune that we've seen before. So 315. Seeker's running at 204. Are you okay with me experimenting on this one? Does this feel good, or would you rather me just tweak the one you've got? Let's see. Is your Eris built? Your Eris isn't built, so you would have to build her. Is that okay? Your Seeker is. I would have to slow down your Seeker. You have extra Seekers. You want me to tweak the one you've got? A horse. All right, man. Okay, I could do that. All right, let's take a look at the one you've got. Let's take a look at the one you've got. I feel like I've gone through all of this stuff just for you to say, hey, just work on the one I've got. Like, we could have saved 15 minutes. We could have been there already. All right, so let's take a look at the Bat Eater. So I'm looking through them just to see if there are other ones that might be worth looking at. I like this one, by the way. I like this better, although the speeds are kind of ridiculous. And I think you're currently using Ferric in the Fat, right? I actually do think Fane's a better choice because of the weaken. I think she'll do better for you. Because the Man-Eaters do a significant amount of damage, so having that weaken out there will increase the damage of the Man-Eaters as well. So if we look at your version of the team, by the way, CPR All God here is using the Razzlevarg with the Fane. That's a great combo. 110 million on a 1 key. That's why I would pick that one. I'm just like, that'll just do way more damage. But the speeds are tricky. Yeah, okay. All right, let's go take a look. Let's see if we can tweak this one. Okay, so this one's in a toxic. 94% crit rate, a little bit low on the crit damage. Did you use the optimizer to put the builds together? Like when you built them the first time? Okay, got a phone call. So there, this one, 90% crit rate, 100. Okay, so not hitting that hard. Not hitting that hard. We've got one revenge accessory here and no revenge accessory here. So both the man-eaters are giving away a lot of damage right now. Because if you're gonna one key with this, you probably, well, you need 100% crit rate, and you probably want, I would say, a minimum of 200% crit damage on each. By the way, you also have Dark Kale. This guy's sick. He's really, anyway. Okay. You don't have Feint. Maybe you do have Feint. You do have, and you do have Anik. Okay. And they're both booked. Feint could use another book here. So one of the advantages about Feint that people don't really talk about, maybe, she has a 3-turn weaken on a 4-turn cooldown. Whereas Anik's has a 2-turn weaken on a 3-turn cooldown. So there is that slight advantage there as well. You have the books to finish both. Okay. I mean, you can pick whichever one you like. I don't. It's no. Like, is there one that's going to help you more in faction crypts, or is there one that's going to help you more in some other content somewhere in Centranos or something? Do you have a preference for one or the other? They both have 1-star, 1-star blessing. Not really? Okay. Okay. I love this screen. All right. All right. So let's. And then what about Geo? What about Geo? Are you building him for something else? It looks like you had him built and then you stripped him and you haven't gotten him 6-star yet. I mean, he also brings the weaken. He brings an HP burn, so he brings both of those sources of damage plus the reflect. So he might be enough. Might be enough. You use Geo too? Okay. Well, I think what we'll do is, like, honestly, without changing the comp, I think, we've got to go and rebuild all of the champions. You have her in crit damage gauntlets with no crit rate. This belongs on somebody else. There is a 6-star Geo? Okay. And you're okay? Oh, yeah, there is. With 2 Geos, you could build one for the speed tune and one for other content. If they're both booked. Or if you want to. Yeah, you've got them both booked anyway. So, we could build this one that's currently done. Like, we could build him for Clan Boss. And then when you want the other Geo for, like, Iron Twins or whatever, you could build the second one. He's 5-star. He's almost level 50, so you're close. That would be a good call. We could do that. All right, cool. All right. All right, so let's just, your Seeker's got to be at 248. Or close to 48. I want to just check out that. 251, okay. Do you have any area bonuses? No area bonuses. This could help you get, an easier 1 key. The ignore defense. Ignore defense is going to be huge here. That could be helpful. And then, the crit damage could be helpful. Potentially, if you're struggling for stats and you want to put more damage stats, like if you're struggling to get that 100% crit rate and you don't, you're worried about taking away from the accuracy, you put the accuracy there. That allows you an extra substat to go towards crit rate or whatever. So you could also mess around with this. And in addition, even attack, right? Man-Eater's an attack-based damage dealer. Seeker's an attack-based damage dealer. Geo's an attack-based damage dealer. I think everybody's an attack-based damage dealer. Painkeeper's attack-based damage dealer. So attack wouldn't hurt either. I think they're all attack. Geo's attack, right? Geo's the one I don't know as well, because I don't... Where... Yeah, it's attack. Is Man-Eater HP? Maybe Man-Eater's HP. I thought he was attack. No, it's attack. Seeker is attack. So you could put a few points into attack. That might help a little bit. All right. So let's start working on a Man-Eater rebuild. Maybe get some damage into one of the Man-Eaters at least. Now here's the question: are the poisons worth more than like 100% crit damage? I guess it'd be no. Not the small poisons on the 75% chance. I don't think so. I think you probably just want to go for full. All right, so let's start with crit damage gauntlets. Let's take off the equipped for now. Actually, we were thinking about Harima instead of Geo. Harima could be really good too. These are nice. Let's see what else are nice. Toxic. Problem is no crit rate. Let's look with the crit rate substat. See if we have anything. Merciless. Lethal. These are both. This would be really nice for a man-eater. What speed is this guy at? He's at 245. We want to keep him there. Let's see what you've got in terms of lethal gear. I would prefer crit rate with crit damage. That's pretty nice. That was a option. I can also use most of the equipment. Okay, cool. We really need like a triple roll and a crit rate somewhere. That would be helpful. But for right now, let's try this. All right, primary stats. Let's get speed with crit rate. Probably we're going to need speed boots. Will that be enough? I'm thinking. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking to myself. I'm like, do we care about the attack percentage chest plate more than just extra crit damage on the substat? And I don't think we do really. Like we could potentially do this. And then the question is the speed, right? So we're going to get an additional 14 speed here. But right now we're way too slow. We need to get back up to 245. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 speed substats. So even if we rolled, let's say 5 on each of those, that would be 20. And then we're getting 34 here. So 34 is way too slow. We're not fast enough with this build. So I think, we need speed as a substat. That's only 5. So we may be just not fast enough. Now, potentially we could ascend these and get more speed on them. I still think we're slow. Let me look at the banner just real quickly. It's only 6 speed. That's 11. That's 16. Now we could get 3 merciless pieces. And that would give us an additional 5. Plus we could get more speed here on this banner. It's just a little bit more speed. It's accuracy instead of attack, but that's not a bad thing on on Maneater. The attack percentage, we're losing a lot of attack there, though. We're losing 500 attack. That's a lot. But we need the speed. And the ignore defense should help boost our damage anyway. So if we did this, and now we would need one other merciless piece. Let's see what that looks like. Substat speed and crit rate in merciless. See if there's anything that's got really good crit damage. We need to not give away the speed that we've picked up, though, right? So this has force. We also want additional speed here, if possible. Okay. You want me to look at those pieces? Are you talking about merciless specifically, or you're talking about lethal? Talking about this piece here? This piece. Okay. This is a lot of speed. And it boosts our crit damage, but we do lose a little bit of crit rate here. So we would have to get that back. Now we have another roll here, so we could roll into crit rate. We have another roll here. We could roll into crit rate. So let me take up the boots first. See if we roll into a triple roll crit rate here. That would be perfect. No, okay. Because this at 233% crit damage, we're still 44. We're still 44 speed short. I don't think this works. I don't see it working with this chess piece. I just don't see this working. We got the 3 merciless right now, right? And even with the 5% extra speed, we're not getting there. So I just think the merciless maybe isn't working. I'm sorry, not the merciless. I think maybe the lethal isn't working. I think the combo isn't working. I think we need some speed in here. 245 can be tricky to get to unless you got really good speed substats, and we need the crit rate and the crit damage. So I think more likely what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and drop all of that and try again. And get rid of the lethal. And let's just look for... I'm going to go back to those crit damage gauntlets. There was a... I thought there was a... It's this one, but it doesn't have crit. Okay. These are really nice. We're going back to the lethal though. I don't think that works. I don't think we can go back to the lethal. So I think it has to either be this divine speed one from, I think it could be this. It's only 8% crit rate, 10 speed, but is divine speed. This one's not bad, but I think probably we'll end up needing more crit rate. And then the other option is this husk one, which actually has better speed and crit rate, and it's the speed set. But I'm going to try this one first. Let's see if we can try this one first. Okay. Now let's go to speed. Divine speed. Can we take... I mean, this is 19% crit rate. This is the piece we need on this guy. The question is, what are we going to do with him? Like, what are we going to do with Seeker? Do we care about the 100% crit rate on Seeker? Not as much. He doesn't hit as hard, but we do care to a certain extent. Let's roll these up and see if we hit multiple crit rates. Maybe we can get back into the toxic. That's nice. Do it again. Do it again. One more. Give me that crit rate. Give me that crit rate. Yes. Very nice. All right, I'm taking this one all the way up. Do it again. Do it again. Come on. Ah, ha, ha, ha. It's actually a really nice boot. That's a really nice boot. All right, let's go ahead and try that on. Now let's look at the chest plate, because I'm curious as to just what he's wearing. Where's the toxic? There it is. So he's got 16 speed there. It's attack percentage, but no crit rate. That's the issue. That's the biggest issue. So, you know, it might be problematic getting him into that. So let's look at this. It's accuracy. I'm potentially okay with that. That's 22 speed. And then we would need all toxic sets here. That's good. That's good. She's the only one. She's the only one that has it. And it's still only 90% crit rate. I mean, we could hit the speeds here, and we'd have the toxic, but we wouldn't have the 100% crit rate. 90% crit rate's not awful. And yeah, what you could do is you could try to get the crit rate out of ascending the gauntlets, and that would get you the extra 10% you needed. So this could work. It's better damage. The nice thing is outside of here, he's going to have more accuracy. We did lose a bit of attack because of that's accuracy chest plate. Like what you would want to do is get this into eventually, you know, an attack percentage chest plate. I don't know. I honestly don't know how much this boosts your damage. I don't know if it's worth the 750,000 re-equip and moving everybody around. Like basically what we did is we got 70% extra crit damage. And we lost 500 attack. That's what we did. That's all we did. So I'm tempted to just leave it alone. I think it's a better build overall, but I don't know that it's worth the investment in messing with all your other champions and the silver that we've done so far. You know, I think it feels to a certain extent like we could keep looking. We could keep looking for speed sets that worked. We could keep looking, but it's like it feels like the crit damage gauntlet is the key. Right? This is where you really want to get that switch over. But if we look at all of these, like there're not a ton of options. And then if we put the speed on the substats, it's like this is it. You know, if we equip it, you get some other options. We could go with this one. Get out of the toxic and not worry about it. Get to 100% crit rate, you know. I mean, this piece is so nice. So is this piece. This piece is really nice, but we can't get to the speeds. We have no way to get to the speed. There's just no way to get to the speed and to get the crit damage. I'm sorry, and to get the crit rate and to get the crit damage and to keep the toxic. Like the gear isn't there. I don't think it's possible to do all 4 of those things. And so if we're not doing all 4 of those things, I don't know that the rest, like you can't break the speed. You know, you can't break the speed. And so right now I'm just tempted to say leave it alone. Leave it alone. Okay. You think this is the best build anyway? All right. Let's take a look at the other Maneater then. All right, so what's this guy's speed? 265. 265. So if we don't worry about the toxic, can we just get to the speed and hit the 100% crit rate and more crit damage? It's going to be this one. This is the one that's going to let us do it. If there is one that's going to let us do it, it's this glove here, this gauntlet. Arbiter's got good stuff for damage. Like, look at these boots. Double crit rate, roll with crit damage. And it's like, but it's Arbiter, you know? Like, I don't want to take her out of stuff. I can take from Arbiter? Okay. Well, let's see then. We'll take from Arbiter. Try this on. And now we need substats of crit rate and speed. I don't think we're going to be able to give away any of the speed. Let's go here first. He's only got 5% crit rate. I care less about the attack percentage than I do the crit rate. I'd prefer not to lose it entirely, but we need more crit rate. That's a nicer piece. Right? We only lose 1 speed. We pick up 4% crit rate. We lose the accuracy, which is unfortunate. There we go. That's nice. It's HP. This is attack. That's got really good crit rate on it. Speed, we lose speed on this. But if you don't hit the 100% crit rate, it doesn't matter what else you do. It really doesn't. So for the moment, let's steal that from Shamil, because you can actually put him in something else and he'll do fine, right? You don't even care about his attack stat. In fact, it might be better to put him in like this HP. This might even be better for him than the one he's in. So that doesn't feel bad stealing from him there. And now let's look at the top 3 pieces. And again, we can also go down to, I think the other sets we can consider are going to be anything with the speed. So we can do divine speed. I also think perception's reasonable. And zeal. Not zeal. Oh, you don't have the other one. What was I thinking about? The one with the speed and the resistance. What's it called? Righteous. Righteous. Okay. This is a nice piece. It's got everything you want on it. With the exception of accuracy, but you don't care about accuracy in this particular fight. And you've got another roll there. So that could end up being the piece. I like this piece with the double crit rate roll. 20%. That's big. We're up over 100% now. And then the shield would have to be speed again. That's pretty nice. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, actually, I don't know if you need crit rate here. You have 5%, and I think that shield is only giving you 5%. So it's giving you 5%. So you could literally give all of it away and be fine. But we need speed. We absolutely need speed. That's 18. I would like speed and crit damage. Let's see if we can get speed and crit damage on a shield. Realistically, we need double digit speed, right? To glyph it back to 265. Yeah, we need at least a bunch of speed here. This one seems like the best one. I think this was the other one. I think this is the best one. Now we want to roll these up. Ouch. That was no fun. Good crit damage, though. That was better. Crit rate. We're 12 high now, so potentially we can look at this gauntlet. If this rolled a crit rate, that would be fine. If we start messing around here, we have to do another adjustment somewhere else. Man, that sucks. It just sucks. Like, come on. We're 2 away. You can't give it to me. You can't give it to me just with 2 away. You have got your Shamil going so fast. He is crazy fast. Yeah, I kind of feel like I don't want to steal these boots from Arbiter if I don't have to. But really, I don't know how not to, because it doesn't look like there's a boot that's gonna fit what we needed to do. So that's, we're down 1 there, we're down 2, we're down 2. We could steal these, but we lose 6% crit damage as well. So it's like we're literally trading away speed, crit rate, and crit damage just to be more efficient, which doesn't make sense to me. And this one's going to come up 2% short on the crit rate. So I think we're probably there. And now we just need a glyph. So this would be 1 glyph, 2 glyphs, 3 glyphs. That's already glyphed. That's already glyphed. And then we talked about the banner, right? I think the banner's fine. I don't know that you're going to get a lot getting out of it and into something else. So probably just leave the banner alone. Gotcha. You're using Shamail super fast in a Hydra team. Yeah, okay. I think this chess piece is going to be relatively easy to replace, though. I don't think that'll impact your damage much. The speed is only 8 speed. Crit rate's not too bad. Hopefully. If you don't want me to use that piece, though, let me know. Because at this point, I am 12% over on crit rate. So I could take the boots and give back Shamail's chest plate if you'd rather. I mean, this works great. I'll try it. I don't need it anymore. I'll take this one. I actually get more speed here. I drop a little bit of crit rate. I get a trade for speed. It's going to make it easier to glyph. So then you don't have to mess around with Shamail's build. That works. You know, but so I want to stop here for a second because this is I don't mind doing this. I don't think this is like a bad thing to go through, a bad thing to experience, but this is where the frustration in Clan Boss comes in. Think about how much time we've spent trying to tweak this particular speed tune, right? Like, we're going to get this better build on this boss. On this champion. We're going to get this man-eater into a better build. We'll hit the exact same speeds we need. We've lost a tiny bit of attack. We've maxed out our crit rate, so we're hitting 100%. And we've got a decent improvement in crit damage. This will be a step up in damage. This will be an increase in damage. How much? Maybe all told 30%? Could be a 30% bump, right? And output of damage. But when you're thinking about the fact that you're pulling down 50 million and you need to get to 72, you're like, okay, if we get 30% from everybody, that's 15 million. That gets us to 65. right? So a 30% increase in damage is significant, but without getting him into an ignored defense or a toxic or something like that, that 30% bump, if it's 30%, is like, and it might be less, might be 20%. It's not going to get you there. You know, it's not going to get you there. So the question becomes, you know, like how, like, okay, Ferric in the Fat, if we swap Ferric in the Fat over to Geomancer, can we double that damage? Because that would be the biggest chunk. I think getting a 1 key out of this speed tune will take more work than doing a different speed tune that has a naturally higher ceiling. Right? When we were looking at the let me see if I can find it again. When we were looking at this speed tune, I'm looking at 122 million. And I'm like, the downside of this speed tune, honestly, the only downside of this speed tune is you have to build 5 champions for it. Because your champions are not built for it right now. You've got to drop your speed on your Seeker and rebuild your Seeker. You have to build an Eris from 3 stars. You have to build her all the way up, right? You have to get the Mythic going. You have to get the Skrank going. You have to get the Rathalos going. You have to get all the champions. But as far as gear is concerned and speed tuning is concerned, and like your ceiling here, look at this, 122 million. If you're weak affinity, if you're going into spirit affinity, you're still going to crush it. It doesn't matter what the affinity is, this is going to cap out. And maybe your ceiling isn't 122 million with the gear you've got. We've got 2 toxic sets here. Maybe we got a lot of good damage. I don't know what that ninja star is. Is that a lethal set? Or it might even be a slayer set. No, Swift Parry. It's Swift Parry. Like, you know, so it's like maybe your ceiling cap on this is like 105 million. That's still 30 million clear. We are going to rebuild 5 champions for your current speed tune anyway. There's no way your Bat Eater gets to that damage mark of 72 million without rebuilding 5 champions. We're going to rebuild all 5 champions. And here we're building 5 champions. But this one is easy. It's just done. It completes it itself because it just brings more damage to it. Now, if you can't get to the 315 speed, like if that's going to be a stretch, if that is going to screw you elsewhere. But you know, the thing that I'm thinking about with all of your champions that you're like, okay, can't use Helicath, can't strip off of this champion. All that's fine. It doesn't feel like any of these champions are those champions. These are all champions you don't care about. You're not using them in other content. And that's the beauty of a speed tune like this. It's 1 key, full auto, full affinity friendly, clears the damage cap. And once you build it, you never build it, you never have to rebuild anything. And you literally don't care about the champions in these builds. Because if you're ever going to use Demytha anywhere else, this build is going to be fine. The only downside to this particular speed tune, I think, for any of these champions, like you can use Rathalos in that build, you're definitely going to use Skrank in that build. Like once you get Skrank into that build, you're going to put him in your Hydra Clan Boss team. Like the only champion who's actually being penalized here is Seeker. Right? Because if you have him in the, where is it? If you have him here, you're running him at 248. And that's a better speed for Seeker. It's still slow for Seeker. Like Seeker runs better somewhere around 280. Like if you can get him there, 300. That's where you want Seeker at. But 248 is highly serviceable in almost all content. Really, like 256 is where you want him, right? 256 would be great. But if you have a speed aura on your team, he's over that number, and then he's perfect. So you can use him in Doom Tower, you can use him in Dark Fae. If you have a speed aura, you're fine at 248. At 204, that's no longer true. At 204, even the speed aura is not going to get you over the top. Right? Even if you have a 30% speed aura, that's going to get you to 234 or something, 235 maybe. And it's like, that's not fast enough for the highest levels of Doom Tower. That's not high enough. That's not fast enough for Dark Fae 120 hard mode. So this is the only champion that's being gimped. But if I look at your roster, you got 3 Seekers. rebuild this one for Clan Boss today, and then build another one. I have 2 Seekers at 6 stars. I have one for Clan Boss and one for all other content. Right? I have one who's really fast and relentless to go everywhere, and then I have one who's just specifically speed tuned for Clan Boss. And my Clan Boss one is like 245, I think, something around where you have yours. And then my relentless one is at like 268 or 270. I don't even have him all the way up because I have him in relentless. But he's pretty fast. And that's fast enough for all Doom Tower content, all Syntronos content. You know, not all Syntronos content, most of all normal Syntronos content. So just build a second Seeker. You know, now that would mean at some point you need to build a second Seeker. You need to build your Heiress for this composition. But you don't have to min-max and be frustrated with a subpar Clan Boss. Like, Bat Eater is just not as, it's just not as powerful, you know? And you may think to yourself, well, I built 2 Man-Eaters. I want to make it work. But if that's really the case, then who cares about the 2-key? Just let it be a 2-key. Just let it be a 2-key, full affinity, full auto, and live with the 2-key, you know? But if you really want the 1-key, it feels like you need to get out of this speed tune, because we just spent, I don't know, an hour plus several million silver, and like the gear isn't there. I don't think Geo's going to make the difference. I don't think getting Geo, I don't even think Harima would make the difference. Like, I think you need to gear everybody perfectly. You need to min-max everything perfectly. You need to have the perfect damage dealer, and you're going to cap out maybe at 80 million. And that means when your damage dealer's weak affinity, it's not going to be it's not going to be 1 key anyway. You'll have like 2 keys in every affinity, but then 1 key on spirit or something. I'm sorry, 1 key on every affinity, but 2 keys on spirit, which is not bad. It's not bad, but you could just build this one other team, and then you have everything that you need. You know, now the interesting thing about this particular speed tune, let me go back, is that I don't actually know if this is speed tuned for Nightmare. I assume it is, but I don't know that it is. You know, so what we would have to do is take a look at it in the speed calculator, in the speed tune calculator, and see if we can actually find the tune for both Nightmare and Ultra Nightmare. And yeah, it would be a lot of building. But ultimately, you'd be building a better product, and I don't think you would spend a lot of extra time or resources on this. I think the extra resources just simply come from the fact that eventually you're going to want to build an additional Seeker. You know, like the resources to build a 6-star Heiress, that's nothing. That's nothing, right? Because she's a rare. Who cares? The tomes don't matter, because it's not like you build a ton of rares anyway. And then you have her available for secret rooms and faction crypts if you want her, you know, and it's like... Now, it doesn't have to be this speed tune, by the way. There are other speed tunes, you know, if we went back here, and if you liked one of these others better, like if you're like, I'd rather build the Razzlevarg one, that's fine. Maybe you want to build the Razzlevarg one because then you don't have to rebuild the Seeker, or you don't have to build the second Seeker. And Razzlevarg's a champion you might want to build anyway for, like, say, Fire Knight hard mode. He's a great lead for Fire Knight hard mode. You know, you could even look at this one. You're like, if I want to do the double Man-Eater, maybe I can bring in Annex and Razzlevarg and do this one, and that's 103 million. All of those are good options. We talked about building the Owlsgore, right? Again, good option, but you're talking about 100 million a key. And when you're going for a full affinity, full auto, you know, team, you want to clear that 72 million by a significant chunk. I would say 20% is safe, right? So if you can get 85 million or above, then when you're weak affinity, you're probably still okay, right? Depending on the affinity of your other champions. Because, like, if your hardest hitting champion loses, say, 30% of their damage, you still need to be able to cover that, right? And remember, sometimes you lose damage based on their hits. Sometimes you lose damage based on their lost debuffs. So, like, Geo might lose 30% of his damage, but he also might lose the weaken. And that's going to lose 25% damage for everybody else when it's down, which might result in, say, another 10% damage loss across the team. So now you're losing a huge chunk, you know, so 20% is sort of the number that I like, that I think is comfortable. I look for an absolute minimum of like 80, 82, but preferably like 85, 86 million on my 1 key for all, you know, for any affinity, for void affinity, basically. So it shouldn't be your high, because that's the other thing. You're going to have a damage dealer like Geo. He's going to be really strong into magic. So if your magic affinity is 80, then your spirit affinity is going to lose the 30% bonus damage you have, and then you're going to lose the damage off the other end with the weak hits and all that stuff. So that's why I'm saying like 20% from void affinity to your weak affinity. That's how much coverage you want. You know, so it may feel like tweaking your current team is less work, but I don't think it is. You know, I just don't. I think you're better off trying one of these other speed tunes. And you know, granted, maybe you don't want to do that, and you really want to make this work, and you can do that. But I think if you're going to do that, you're gonna have to farm some gear, because it feels like right now to rebuild these champions, we're really stealing a lot of gear from a lot of other champions, and still, you know, the improvement we got out of that man-eater, I'm glad I didn't put it through. Like, it's still relatively minimal. Like, maybe that's, like I said, maybe it's 25% extra damage. Maybe, might be. But you need to realistically go from, say, 50 million to 80 million minimum. That's a 60% increase. You need a 60% increase across the board. You like the Razzle team? Do you like this one, or do you like the one from the Deadwood Jedi team? Like, do you like this one down here, the double man-eater Razzlevarg? Let's see, I might have to try this again. I don't know if I'm having an internet issue or if they're having an internet issue. Let's see. So the Razzlevarg double manny, I like this. I think this is a cool team. And the great thing about building this team for you is going to be, this gives you an opportunity to build your Razzlevarg. If you don't already have them built, let me actually look at your Razzlevarg. You have him built. He's actually built pretty well at 260. Let's see what the speed is on this. It's not telling me this. I can't. There we go. Is that better? Where's the man-eater? Oh, I picked the wrong one. There we go. Finally. Okay, so in this one, he runs at 240. And you are currently running your Razzlevarg at 260. So it would require you to back off his speeds a little bit. And I don't know if that's appealing or not. Let's see if there's a variation with him going faster. We could plug this into the calculator and also see if there is leeway to go faster. Actually, Seeker's running here at 217, which is not too bad. All right, let's take a look at the... So this was the one we were talking about. All right, so these are true speeds. That's why. That's why. So this is really interesting, because this actually opens up a whole realm of possibilities here. So he's got a 20% speed aura. Now you can potentially take away that speed aura. That might tweak the speed tune, but it would allow you to run everybody faster. It would allow you to run your Seeker faster, your man-eaters faster. It would be a lot faster. And getting 2 man-eaters to 290 plus would be tricky. So it's probably better with the speed aura. And that means you need to run Razzlevarg a little bit slower at 240. But this, I think, in terms of the damage that you're going to get, because Razzlevarg is like another damage dealer. He brings so much damage on his own. Right, you got a triple hit. You got this, the leech, which is, you're not going to need it here. You know, his multipliers are good. Obviously, he's a damage dealing legendary. So you could bring in Brimstone if you wanted. I don't know how many stars do you have on this. I can't even see him now. Where is he? Just have a 1-star soul. Okay. You already have him at 100% crit rate and 171% crit damage. You might just be able to pull. Yeah, you could probably just pull this 17 speed off of him. We were talking about earlier banners. Sometimes you don't want a banner with speed. You might be able to get away just with that, or potentially swap down to a 5-star boot or something. You know, maybe those two things would be enough. And again, there might be some leeway here with the speeds. So if we look at this, like how fast can we actually go with Razzlebark? Let's go up above 240. Looks like it might break down here. See if it breaks. It breaks. We go slower. It's got to be 239 or 240, so it's pretty precise. It has to be really close. Now you might be able to move him around a little bit if you moved some of the other champions. You could mess around with that, see if you could get him up to like 245 or 250 if that matters. I know in Fire Knight hard mode, it would be nice to run him faster, but this might still be fast enough. It might be fast enough even for that. So just for everybody out there, you know, not just Ors here. My personal experience with Clan Boss was I tried several speed tunes before I landed on my current speed tune. Ors, I'm going to jump out of your account here. So if you want to take a look at that, but I'm going to go over to my account for a second. I'm going to go to my main. All right, so I want to show you my Clan Boss team. It took me a while. It took me a while to land on this. It took me several attempts to land on this Clan Boss speed tune. I do have a key. Yeah, okay. So this is my Clan Boss speed. So you can see it has only one unkillable champion. That's Helicath. Now, the way that this works is Renegade drops Helicath's cooldown enough that he can do 2 block damage buffs in the sequence. And then he puts up his shield for the stun, and that allows whoever gets hit to survive. Everybody is strong enough to survive, even Ninja, so it doesn't matter who gets hit. Although Ninja usually doesn't get hit because Seeker gets hit instead. But so if you go to the team setup and you look at the speeds here, okay, speeds are pretty high, but not super high, right? I'm running my Cardiel as my speed lead. And as a result, that drops everybody's speeds a little bit. You know, about 20, right? About 19 or 20. So Cardiel is only running at 245. That is not fast enough for me. It was for a long time. I was like, 245 Cardiel's awesome, but he's really not fast enough. Here at endgame, I would like to run him above 300 speed, which I have the gear for. Even if I pulled him out of the speed lead here and made him one of the other champions, this would drop, that would allow me to increase his speed to about 264 or something like that, 263, right? Because his base speed is pretty high. I think it's like 108 or something like that. I forget. You know, Seeker would be able to go above 249. Helicath would be able to go above 267. I would like to run all 3 of these champions faster. Also Ninja. Ninja's at 216, which is like not really fast. It's okay. It's okay for a damage dealer to run at 216. But I would also like to disconnect Ninja from this team. What's happened is I have locked 4 absolutely fantastic champions into these builds. For over a year, I've been stuck with this speed tune. It's a great speed tune. It's not good for Spirit Affinity. It's a 2-key Spirit Affinity. It's a 1-key everywhere else. I had a second speed tune. I had basically all the same champions, but instead of Renegade, I took Renegade out, I put Demitha in, and Demitha and Helicath made a fully unkillable team that allowed me to move Cardiel to cleansing the slow, and Demitha would cleanse the stun, and it was a full affinity, full auto, like all 4 affinities, and that actually worked everywhere. But it was basically the same comp. It didn't free up any of the champions except Renegade, which is the least important champion in this quintet, right? So out of these 5 champions, I don't care about her at all. I don't care about her at all. First of all, I have another copy of her. So if I wanted to run a fast one, and second of all, she's running fast. She's running at 248. That's fine. If I wanted to run her faster, if I wanted to get like a 280 speed or a 300 speed Renegade, I'd just build the other one fast. So it's a wonderful speed tune, except against Spirit Affinity. I broke my other speed tune with Demitha because I was trying to create content, and I didn't have Demitha booked on this one. I had her down to a 4-turn cooldown, then I booked her down to a 3-turn cooldown. I was trying to make a new speed tune that didn't work out, and as a result, I can't use my Demitha here anymore. I can't even rebuild her to put her back because I'd have to take away her book, which I can't do. This has been a painful experience for me. Like, I love the speed tune, but I hate having these 4 champions locked into this. I had to build a second Seeker. I had to, because Seeker is so good in so many places, and I need him faster than 249. So I have a second Seeker in Relentless, I think I told you guys. And like, if I go over there, I don't know where he is in terms of his speed. I think it's in the high 260s, I want to say. And he's in Relentless. So that's this guy. 264. So he's running at 264 in Relentless. I would still like him faster. And I think I could probably get another 10 or 15 speed onto him relatively easily. But yeah, so I would like to run him a little bit faster. So this is my other Seeker, 264, so clearly faster, almost 20 speed faster, plus Relentless. But my Helicath is not really, like, I can't rebuild him for live arena. He's okay there. 267 is decently fast, but I can't put 100% crit rate on him. Right? I can't put a ton of crit damage on him. Like, he's kind of locked into this build. I'd like to detach my Cardiel. I'd like to detach my Ninja. I'd like to put them in other content, and I need to change their builds here. Cardiel especially drives me nuts at 245 now. I want him at 300 speed. I want him at 350 speed. I want him to be the fastest champion on my entire roster. So when I think about clan boss speed tunes now, I don't just think about damage. I don't just think about full auto and full affinity friendly. I think about the champions that are going into this speed tune. How valuable are they in the builds that I'm going to have them in when they're locked into this? Because I'm not going to, this is their primary purpose. So Renegade is a really good choice here because I literally don't care about her anywhere else. So I don't mind sacrificing her to a 1-key Ultra Nightmare team because that's such a valuable thing, and she's not really useful for me, at least in a lot of other places. I still occasionally use her as a reset champion, but honestly, I have another one. So what would be a speed tune if I go back, if I go back to this website and I'm looking at all the different, unkillable speed tunes? I'm like, who are champions that are either, one, I literally need them nowhere else. I don't need them anywhere else. Or two, champions that in the speed tunes, in the builds that they're in, would be highly usable where I also use them in other places. And I think the thing about the double Maneater is the Maneaters are very useful in those builds in other places. So if you're doing any Maneater build, you're probably in a good place with the Maneaters. But what about the other champions that go into it? So if I look at Heart Eater, I'm like, okay, so this takes an Emic at 245 to 254. I run my Emic at 271 because at 271 he slots into a bunch of places. There's like a bunch of cool 271 builds for Emic. And so this is actually a little bit too slow for him. So if I slowed him down here, I would lose my Iron Twin solution. And I'm not willing to give that up. I don't need to give that up. Right? I have a Razzlevarg I recently pulled a Razzlevarg. And so this seems to me pretty good because it's like, okay, I could run him up at 240, and that's literally great. I don't personally need him for Fire Knight hard mode. I could try him there. I have a Zenogre who I could run in the same spot and does basically the same job. Or I could even run Cardiel as my lead there because I want that ally attack anyway. Yeah, it requires me to make sure I reach the speeds, but once I get my Lady Mikage and I have my Cardiel and my Newt, like my Neldor and my Yakaro will be enough, with the Newt. Like I don't need Razzlevarg there. So this would be really interesting to me if I wanted to build a second Maneater, which I don't have. I mean, I have one, but I don't have it built. So, there's this extra consideration. And again, as a free-to-play player, the resources really, really matter. So when I've locked it, it's just painful to me. It's literally painful to me whenever I really think about this. I'm like, having Cardiel locked in here for over a year at 245 speed. There are so many times that I know that a Cardiel running at 280 or even like 265 would have helped me so much in other cases. Would have sped up other fights. It would have allowed me successes where I failed, increased my success chance. Would have helped me in live arena. Oh my God, in live arena, he would be a god if I could run him at 300 speed. So, up on my soapbox, I'm trying to get the message out for everybody. It's like the clan boss 1 key Ultra Nightmare is a really important goal. It's probably the top priority. The number one thing you need to do in the mid game to really start progressing towards the late game. That's the one thing you have to get locked down. But you will sacrifice champions to it. So perhaps the nicest thing about the Demitha speed tunes, if you can find one that doesn't suck up your Deacon, right? That doesn't lock your Deacon into some awful speed. Or if you have a second Deacon. If you have a second copy of an Epic is better to build than a second copy of a Legend. Right? A second copy of a rare is better to build than a second copy of an epic. So if you either don't use the epics anywhere else, or you have a second copy of them, or you can find a speed tune that uses, say, Demitha or somebody that doesn't lock you in. Like this is why, if I go over here, I'm actually really interested, personally. Actually, I can just type this in. Where is it? This one. And this one. And I think maybe this one. So this one would allow me to use Lydia and a buff extender to run it at 2-1. It's not an unkillable, but potentially that could work. There's a Mashalad White Whale. Again, same thing. Speed buff allows you to run at 2-1. There's a White Myth Caster. This one is actually really interesting to me because it's like, okay, more easily achievable speeds. White Dryad Naya is what empowers this. And this can get you 2 DPS at relatively slow speeds. So I can find any 2 DPS. It doesn't have to be Ninja and Jintoro. I think these are speed tuned differently because they both have increased turn meter mechanics. So you would have to do, but like a Warcaster, that's a free champion for me. I have tons of epic tomes. I can build this guy, put him in this speed tune, and literally I'll use him nowhere else. I won't even use him in faction crypts because I don't need him there. Right? So this is literally a perfectly safe champion to throw into this speed tune. Demitha at 255 is totally reasonable. And the only sacrifice here for me would be taking White Dryad Naya down to 188. Because I think she's better higher because she's got that AoE A1. But I honestly, she's not a key component of any team that I run. I like the concept of the champion, but honestly, I don't utilize her that. This would be my best use case for Naya. And so if I could do this and just look at, let's see, a non-ninja speed tune, like, all right, if this 1 keys, honestly, I'm not sure if it does. It looks like it's only 17 actions per cycle. That might not be enough, but you do have 2 damage dealers. So you have to remember that you have 2 pure damage dealers. I would have to see about getting it affinity friendly. I don't know if that would like suck up one of my damage dealers, but maybe with an ally attacker or with a counter attack or something, you could get this to a 1 key. I don't know, maybe. Let's see what it says. Does it say it's a 1 key or 2 key or 3 key? It's a 2 key Ultra Nightmare. This might be hard to get to a 1 key. But my point being that, like, when I look at a speed tune like this, I'm like, this doesn't suck up anybody that I don't want locked in. I'm totally fine with locking in Demitha and White Dryad Naiad and Warcaster to this. And I can find 2 damage dealers who would get the job done that I'm not using at endgame in other places. Maybe I bring in that Fane. Right now, Fane is a faction crypt champion for me. So maybe I bring Fane back out of the vault, get her actually into this unkillable team, and let her go to work. And then maybe I bring Farrakhan the Fat back out. He's not really featuring anywhere else. You know, like, obviously they're the same affinity, but it's like, then I'd have an ally attack. I'd have the weaken. I'd have an HP burn. I'd have a ton of poisons. I'd have the increased crit rate and crit damage. Like, maybe that's enough if I build them really well to get this to a 1 key. And then I have 5 champions that I don't use anywhere else. That would be beautiful. That's the dream for me as a free-to-play player. Right, that I have 5 champions who do clan boss, do nothing else, or are highly usable in other places in those same builds. And I think realistically, like, I could use Farrakhan the Fat and Fane in faction crypts. I could use, you know, Demitha in other content at 255. White Dryad Naya would be the sacrifice. She'd be the sacrificial lamb. She'd be the only one that I probably would lose other value from. Maybe secret rooms, I could still get a little bit of value out of her, or faction crypts. You know, 188's not awful, and if you have a speed aura, maybe. But she would not be in a Hydra team at 188. So I think, you know, that's my perspective. I'm sure there are other perspectives. But I'm always trying to get the most value out of it. And like, maybe the real dream would be like to find a speed tune where all 5 teammates would be in a perfect build to use in all other content. But I've never found one. I think you either end up sacrificing champions to Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss, or you take them out, you know, and you use them in other content. And then you just have to figure out a different speed tune. Yeah, by the way, Ors, you mentioned, you know, not getting to Fire Knight hard mode in the foreseeable future. Let me see. Let me go back to your account for a second. So the more I'm thinking about it, the more I think Neldor is the solution for everybody. I think this guy's the solution. Let me see. So he has this triple hitter that has a 40% chance on each hit to freeze. So that's hugely important. But in addition, he has this passive. Whenever an ally places a freeze debuff, this champion has a 30% chance to attack the target with their default skill. So he can ally attack 30% of the time on anybody else who freezes. So potentially you could just build 2 of this guy or 3 of this guy, and he'll just join his, you know, he'll join his brother's attacks. Now you can't join an ally attack off of an ally. Like, you won't trigger an ally attack off of an ally attack, just like you won't trigger a counter attack off an ally attack. And this is probably coded as an ally attack. So there's no limit. It doesn't say if only one champion has this, like if multiple champions have the skill, only one will fire. It doesn't say that. So like if you ran 3 Neldors, when one of them froze, the other 2 would have a 30% chance of joining. So I think he's the solution for the boss. And then he's got this AoE that attacks all enemies 2 times, has a chance of placing decreased speed, heals himself. You know, you're going to want an AoE freezer probably. So if you have Carl, I think you can run your Carl with Neldor, maybe 2 Neldors. And that's all you need. We take an ally attacker. Could be, if you have Lady Mikage, she's the one. But if you don't have her, I think even a Farrakhan in the Fat would do. So, So I don't think you need Newt anymore. I don't know that you ever really needed Newt. I think he's the best champion for the job. And if you want a fast Fire Knight clear, you need Newt because he's the hardest hitting Fire Knight champion. But I think Neldor is a great solution for Fire Knight hard mode. Now, I'm not sure about the affinities. So he is Force affinity, so he's going to struggle into stage 9. Right? He's going to struggle into stage 5 and stage 9. Neldor is. I don't think stage 1's going to matter. Stage 1's going to be fine. But he's going to struggle into stage 5 and then into stage 9. If you can get through stage 9, though, I think he will do well. He'll do well in 7, 8, and 10. I think he'll do fine. So that's an option there. Yeah, I think the place I like to farm, honestly, is for Fire Knight. I think I farm stage 4, and for all the other hard mode dungeons, I think I farm stage 6. A lot of times I run those, even for tournaments, simply because I now need the drops. I need the mythic drops. I need the 6-star legendary drops. Like, to run stage 20, even if it's more efficient for me, doesn't feel like it's more efficient in terms of energy per points, but it's not more efficient for me because I get nothing out of stage 20 anymore. Like, it's so rare for me to get a good drop even out of stage 4 or 6. The chance of me getting a good drop from stage 20 is absolutely minuscule. So basically, I just don't do that anymore. So I farm all of the tournaments in hard mode now. And I think if you can get to stage 4, it's relatively efficient in terms of points per energy. At stage 6, I think it's pretty efficient in terms of points per energy. When I run at stage 10, it's very efficient. It's better at stage 10. Like, I run Spider at stage 10 hard mode. That's more efficient than any other stage, at least above stage like 11. I don't know if any of the low stages would be more efficient. But it's more efficient than stage 20 or 24 or 25. Obviously, 25 is not super efficient. So. Yeah, so Ors, I'm sorry we couldn't tweak your team. I potentially with a bit of gear farming, there's still that option out there. But with the struggle that I had to find significant improvements to your champions, I feel like your better option is to find a better speed tune. So, try out the Razzlevark thing if you're willing to do that. Bring him down to 240. You have the champions for it. If you wanted to go to that Demytha speed tune that we saw in the HH optimizer, I think that's a really cool option. The one that has Skrank and Blade Master Rathalos. I might build this one myself. I don't have a current use for Rathalos, and I don't really have a current use for Skrank yet. I haven't built them. But potentially in this build at 279 speed or 296 speed, depending on which one I choose, probably the 279 because Demytha only has to be at 315. I think Skrank would be highly usable in like Spider. He'd be usable in, wave content, high level wave content. He'd be usable in Hydra. So potentially this build will make him very viable in a lot of places. So I might do this. And then I would be able to detach everybody but that one Seeker. I already built the second Seeker for Clan Boss, so I don't care. I don't use him anywhere else. I use the Relentless Seeker everywhere else. So this would give me a purpose for Rathalos, who has a 4-star soul and I'm currently not using. It would give me a purpose for Skrank, where I could build him in a kind of a universal build. It would give me a purpose for the second Seeker. I've never built an Eris. I don't care about Eris, but it would give me an Eris for secret rooms if I needed her. And then my Demytha would be at 315 anyway, so if there's anywhere else I need to use her, that build is probably universally true, like useful, other than other speed tunes. And so for me, this feels like a perfect synergy with what I like my philosophy of Clan Boss at this point in time, which is either use champions I don't want to use anywhere else or build them in such a way as I can use them everywhere else. And this, all 5 champions fit that bill with this one. So actually, really, I think I'm gonna go build this one. I think I am going to skip over. I've got like 5 other Clan Boss builds I've been kind of secretly building in the background to show and do content on. And I think I'm going to skip over all of them and do this one instead. I think that's what I'm going to do. So. But all right. So let's check in with chat a little bit, see how chat's doing. I haven't talked to you guys in like 2 hours. I keep doing it. You don't need to see that. You don't need to see the path. Kai, Cole hates on Geo for 30 minutes at the start of the stream, proceeds to suggest him in both takeovers. I don't hate on Geo at all. I don't hate on Geo. I actually don't hate on Geo. I hate on the Geo hype. I hate on the players hyping a champion or wanting their boxes in boxes so much that they like treat the difference between Geo and other champions hyperbolic. Right? Like the exaggeration. That's what I hate on. That's what I hate on. I hate on the miscommunication to newer players. I don't hate on Geo at all. At my weakest estimation of Geo, he would be a top 10 epic in the game. And I think realistically, he's like top 6. Right? I think realistically, he's there. Like if I considered all factors, progression, versatility, special like value over replacement, long-term viability, endgame, all that stuff, he'd definitely be in the top 10. But I'd still take Deacon over him, and I think that's not only a reasonable position, I think that's the better position. Like people will not agree with that one, but I think that's when I do the full consideration, I think Deacon has more value. But you know, that's okay. If people disagree with that, that's okay. But I think it's good to have that conversation. But in this particular case, if Geo's the best champion for the job, I'm going to suggest Geo. Why wouldn't I? He's a great champion. You've got him built. It's low impact, low investment, high reward. Use your Geo. Put him in an unkillable clan boss team. You got 50 turns of a passive that is basically an HP burn. So it's like you're getting 2 HP burns. You're getting his HP burn, and then you're getting his passive HP burn. You know, it's like you're doing 6% damage every time you get hit. I mean, realistically, he doesn't get hit by the stun every time, so eh. But I don't hate on Geo. I just don't think he's as good as the hype claims him to be, and I think it distorts the overall perception of him in the community. Could you run Rathalos in Relentless? Running Rathalos in Relentless is problematic, if only because his cooldown on his speed buff would be erratic. It might be that the speed buff is not... So, like, think of it this way. If the speed buff were up 0% of the time, no problem. If it were up 100% of the time, no problem. In Relentless, it's the only way to do it is you can't do it 0% of the time unless you shut it off. So you could shut it off and run them in Relentless. Sure. But if you're using the speed buff to speed tune him, then the only way that would work is if the speed tune had 100% uptime on the increase speed, which there are speed tunes that do that have 100% uptime on the increased speed. And you could actually test it. You could test it by doing that and then seeing, but probably not Relentless for Rathalos. It would be tricky. There might be enough leeway in the speeds, but it's hard to say. You potentially lose Rathalos as a Hydra champ if the speed isn't what you want. Yeah, if it's too slow, then it's, if you're running Rathalos, it looked like, what was the speed on that? That was 211 or something for Rathalos. That might be fast enough for, like, say, a hard mode. You could run him as a hard mode damage dealer for Hydra. You probably wouldn't run him in Brutal or Nightmare. But maybe you could. I don't know. You could try it. Depends on, like, if you have like an Elva team or a Nekmothar team where you're constantly speeding up the team and he's within the range of tolerance for that, then maybe you could. But yeah, you could potentially be sacrificing him for Hydra. But again, that's the whole thing that I was talking about, is like, do you want to sacrifice that champion to that thing? To that content. He does remind you, you're right. He reminds me of Dynasty Warriors a little bit. Absolutely. You run Lysandra, Mikage, Neldor, Yakarl, and the Fat Man for hard mode Fire Knight. That sounds like a good team. If I was offered a Geo or a Deacon at level 20, it would be a hard choice. It wouldn't for me. I mean, there was a period of time where I really struggled with the idea that the Wukong starter code, like if you were a new player, you could get Wukong for a little while. I struggled with the fact that that was the better choice. I think ultimately I decided it was the better choice. Not because Wukong is the better starter champion, but because he's a legendary and you have a much better chance of pulling Deacon during, say, the first 6 months of your account than you do pulling a Wukong during your first 6 months of the account. And so I actually think Deacon will snowball your account harder than Wukong would. Not a lot harder, but harder than Wukong would. But Wukong is the better pick because of his rarity. But I don't think that there's actually another epic that I would take. I would take Deacon, like, just on a pure performance level, I would take Deacon over like 95% of the legendaries in the game. Like, I would take Duchess. I'd probably take Cardiel. There are definitely a few legendaries that I would take, but just for pure versatility and snowball factor, I think they gave us the perfect champion in terms of a free promo code. I think they gave us the perfect champion. And honestly, I didn't know how good he was until they did that. And I started being like, playing more accounts and taking him and then not taking him and then taking him again, being like, holy cow, it's night and day. And then of course on my main account, he's at endgame everywhere for me. Skrank Rathalos would be fun, right? Burso, that would be cool. Maybe I'll try to do a video on that. Maybe I'll be able to build that. Probably when the HH challenge ends. When the HH challenge ends, there is a lot that I'm hoping to do. And so that ends in like 9 days, I think. 10 days, something like that. No, maybe I'm wrong about that. No, it's more than that. So it's like April 8th or something, or April 10th or something like that we end, I think. So we've got, about 3 more weeks, I think. 2.5 weeks, something like that. So as soon as that ends and Raid Madness is over and we go back to the normal life of just having too many events in Raid, but I don't have to run 2 accounts every day, and I don't have Raid Madness going on, at that point, oh man, I got plans. I got so many plans for my main account. There's so many good champions I have. I want to show you off. Harima, I got to show you off my Corvus and what he's doing. I've got to show you my builds for some great epics that I've picked up in the meantime. I've got to build the Skrank out. I'll show you all the cool stuff I'm doing with Emic. I'll show you my Hydra team that I'm using Archer with. Yeah, we'll get back into Sand Devil's Necropolis, and we're gonna make that even easier for everybody. I got to get into Phantom Shogun's Grove. The Iron Twins thing has to happen this month. That's going to happen next week probably, but maybe we'll do more Iron Twins. Corvus is so good. And there's so much you can do with him. What I'm really hoping is that by this time next month, I'll be in the content creator program and I might have access to the test server. I need 8,000 subscribers, but we've passed 6,000. Now, I've been gaining about 700 to 800, maybe even a little bit more subscribers per month. So 3 months time, I would have qualified for the content, qualified for the top tier of the content creator program and be given access to the test server. But I'm still not in the content creator program. So if that happens, then the whole, like, all summer and fall, we're just going to be theory crafting in the test server. That would be cool. I still have to pull my Lady Mikage. I still have to fuse her, get her running. Want to do that. I still have to do a Fire Knight hard mode video. I want to do that. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to do. Come make suggestions. Come to the Discord and make suggestions. All right, I want to say thank you to my 2 winners today. Ors, thanks for letting me tool around on your account. Sorry we couldn't do more work for you, but hey, you're a clanmate. You're in the clans. So, you know, check this out right there. You're in my clan. You can contact me anytime. Let me know. And I will help you speed tune that Razzlevarg speed tune if you need it. But I know you probably don't need it. But if you want to do it for fun anyway, let me know. And then, Chef, thanks for letting me tool around on your account as well. Good luck with that speed tune. And I hope that works out for you. All right. Yeah, the weird bird guy, Corvus, such a good champion. Such a good champion. You think it would be fun if he extended the HH challenge but removed the restrictions? Yeah, I got to drop that account. That account has to be done at 90 days. It was a really cool idea. I've had a ton of fun with it. It's a good account. I need to hand it off to somebody. I need to give it away because I need to have one account for a few months. I have a baby coming. It's like the idea of running no, I can't run 2 accounts anymore. So, yeah. But all right, thanks so much. Don't forget to go to the Raid Madness bracket and do your votes. The 3rd round votes are already open. They're going to be open for another couple of days. We just opened them up early because we were like, why not? Let's just open them up the whole time. Go check out the MTG Jedi video that we just did. That released today before this live stream, so you might not have seen that yet. Go check that out and then go vote. And we'll keep this thing rolling. And by the way, it sounds like a bunch of people are crushing me in the bracket, so you might have some prizes coming your way if you did a bracket prediction. Yeah, that's it. Son, are you still there? I think he goes and hides from me sometimes. All right. Well, I know that what Son would say. He would say, have a good rest of your day and evening. And yeah, we'll see you again. All right. Thanks, everybody. See you soon.